got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Whether it is tablets for children, special equipment for special children, or coral reef research, federal support is critical for our schools and our future. This week, we're trying to open schools. Parents are worried about their children's safety. Teachers are being asked to work minor miracles every day in teaching without looking directly into the eyes of our children. We must make sure that every child has a tablet, can get online, and get on with their education. We need a congressman who understands education and how the federal government can support every activity in the classroom, in the laboratory, and in the internet. Now more than ever, we need a congressman who will assist GDOE, UOG, and GCC without hesitation in solving problems with federal agencies. It's time that your child takes center stage, not only in school, but in Washington, D.C. I'm Robert Underwood, and I approve this message.
Kau sinyauli di sombranceltemak et zu ita saluda antes de niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo el memu a nogi distancia como kupugi palu zaniman malak guafi con una sughiairi preba tu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalapa Giluk tanu man libri Sentamiti man ko badi
The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Are you going to be able to bring it today?
I'm bringing it. It's already been brought in, Jay.
Well, why don't you tell the people why you were not at like?
We'll get there. Hey, it's 6:16. Good morning, Guam! Ah! Good morning.
Hello.
Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning, Chris.
Always a good morning when we could start off the show with a little bit of Hagu because it's all about Hagu. Imani and a mixed plate right here on the link. It's The Breeze 93.9. Good morning.
Good morning.
The song just makes me want to keep saying good morning.
Good morning to everybody watching us on TV, listening, and of course to everybody on our live stream. A good morning to my Auntie Pumpkin and Uncle Tony who are watching from San Diego.
Auntie Pumpkin.
Right
Auntie
on.
Pumpkin, yeah.
Also,
Uncle Tony.
A good morning to Thea with some kind words. Thank you always keeping us informed. Thank you.
We've got people from Pennsylvania watching. Half a
the
day.
Keystone
Gerard Camacho.
People from Inarajan watching. Dean Eliza Castro, good morning.
Buongiorno, Guam. Roberto Fraccassini? Sorry.
Oh, that's
Roberto F.
Roberto always watches us from Italy.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, very nice.
Yep. Forget about it.
No. Wow.
Juana Rosario in Tennessee, half a day. Alaska, Lena Halverson. Oh, we got Killeen, Texas in the house.
Right on.
A lot of Chamorros in Killeen.
Yeah.
Fort Hood.
Thank you guys for jumping on our live stream. You smell the air there on the Facebook Live. That's Edward R. Murrow award-winning social media because of you guys. Thank you. 618. It's the link on the Breeze 93.9, and it's all proudly brought to you by Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and First Hawaiian Bank. Thank you, First Hawaiian Bank, so much for jumping on the link on the Breeze 93.9. Remember the governor's recent announcement of PCOR 1 banks are considered an essential business. All First Hawaiian Bank branches continue to remain open and will offer the complete range of services. The bank continues to take all the extra precautions daily to sanitize the facilities. And, of course, they're managing the number of customers. Branches 9 to 4, those are the hours. Drive-through teller open 8 to 4. And you can visit First Hawaiian Bank's social media or FHB.com. As always, a great, big, huge, giant show for you guys today. We'll start off. We got the news and all that stuff. We're going to catch up with the Salvation Army. We kind of broke bread with the incoming captains, but really wanted to see how their operation has changed in PCOR 1. And that's kind of what we've been doing this week, is just checking in with all of our partners out there and finding out how they're tooling their services back and what is PCOR 1, but if you go around, it's looking like PCOR 8.
Yeah, the roads, even just coming to work this morning, I was kind of surprised that there were quite a few cars on the road.
Yeah.
Wondering where's everybody going?
It's PCOR 1, but it hits different when everything's open. I don't know. It just seems to me like people are just all around doing everything. And it just, we got to get these numbers down. And we got 2 weeks to do it. Okay, so stay home. Good morning. 6:19. You ready, Bree?
Yeah.
We also got coming up, man, we've been talking about your mental wellness, self-healing, stress, depression, anxiety. These are all issues that a lot of people are facing during this pandemic. I mean, it's been 6 months we've been in this, and they're seeing a record number of calls at the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center. They've got a crisis hotline. They've got some counselors. We're going to get them on at 7:05 and kind of talk about what people are telling them and how you can get some of those services. Of course, Anton Huggan will check in. They're testing the inmates at DOC. We'll try and get Roy Respicio of the Port Authority of Guam as we see some positives, not just at the port, Bree, but there was some news that came out.
Right, there was a positive at Inarajan Elementary School. We got that after our newscast from the Joint Information Center. There also was a positive case at Payless Markets and Dededo. Right. They had shut down their operations temporarily last night and disinfecting begin disinfecting and sanitization. So they should be reopening today. At least that's what the release stated.
10 a.m., right?
Right.
Yeah.
And so they're going to test all their employees there. At the port, you mentioned one tested positive. There, I guess this individual was part of 59 port employees who were identified as being potentially exposed to COVID-19. But this one particular individual had tested positive, but had limited exposure to employees at the
Right.
port.
And then we also saw 2 Guam Police Department officers. The announcement came out that they two cops tested positive. We had positives at Southern High School.
Right, there were 2 more positives at Southern High School, bringing the total number of employees there to 3 that tested positive.
Right, and then there were also, well, I just got to say, I saw a comment on Facebook as I was scrolling my feed this morning from a teacher, and the comment was basically, we're in PCOR 1, we've got these positives at the school, yet the teachers and the staff continue to, go to the schools, go in there to work, and there's obvious, there's obviously a lot of anxiety, stress about showing up to work. And we do have Superintendent John Fernandez. Very valid concern, guys. Very. This is exactly what we talked about, the opening of schools, and we're seeing it now as these staff and these employees start to congregate to go to work. The risk of infection increases, and, well, here we are.
And can you imagine if school students were allowed to do face-to-face this weekend, we started seeing all of these positive cases coming out?
Yeah. Thank.
Right.
I mean, you
Okay,
talk
after
about, silver linings, COVID silver linings. I guess that is one of the silver linings of the increase in cases. I mean, I'm glad they eliminated the face-to-face option, and I don't think it's just going to be eliminated for 2 weeks. We had Dr. Hoa on. The people are kind of course, we want it to be over in 2 weeks, but when you talk to the doctors, you talk to public health people, it just doesn't seem realistic. But it is what it is. It's 6:22. Let's go ahead and jump into news, Bree, and we'll get tell them what's coming up on the show in a couple. It's again 6:22. Good morning. Let's do our link update here from the KUAM news team. Good morning, Guam.
More positive cases, more GDOE employees, and more police officers test positive. Guam's climbing confirmed cases continues to make headlines. According to the latest numbers from the Joint Information Center, out of 453 samples ran through various labs, 19 returned positive. This brings Guam's COVID case count to 577. Of that number, 219 are active cases. 4 of the new cases were identified through contact tracing, with the remainder joining the growing list of contact tracing investigation. Also growing is the number of coronavirus cases involving employees at the Guam Department of Education. Yesterday, the Joint Information Center reported there was a confirmed case at Teedson High School. 2 additional employees in the meantime at Southern High School popped positive, bringing the total number of confirmed cases at the Santa Rita campus to 3. The Guam Police Department also confirmed positive cases. 2 officers assigned to GPD's specialized units are now in home isolation. Following up on last week's testing of inmates and staff at DOC, Major Antone Uggin says they all returned negative. Community testing, meanwhile, is scheduled for Thursday for Guma Tranquilidad residents only. Then on Saturday, community testing will be made available in Jotnya from 9 a.m. to 12 noon at the St. Francis School and Church parking lot. Public Health will be making changes to its protocols for funerals for COVID-19 casualties after KUAM confirmed the body of a person who died of COVID-19 in Hawaii has been flown to Guam for a funeral here. Public health officials previously told KUAM this flies in the face of CDC protocols for all U.S. jurisdictions relative to dealing with COVID corpses.
Guam passes away from COVID-19 related illnesses, we must dispense of the body or inter very respectfully of the decedent within 24 hours. We can either cremate or have a conventional burial, but that is 24 hours at the point of death on the death certificate.
Public Health's Alex Silverio confirms the body was sent to a local funeral home and that the funeral home was also awaiting the shipment of another COVID cadaver from Seattle next week. KUAM has also learned the body was in a casket and dressed for funeral, something that Silverio said is also not in line with CDC protocols.
The body upon death is immediately put in an HRP, which is a human remains pouch. It's zipped up and the body will be buried as is. No family member can come and see the person. No one can view the body. So that's a very painful part of this.
Silverio told KUAM the governor's office has taken the lead on this, and he deferred comment to Adelup. However, Adelup Press Secretary Crystal Paco San Augustine said Public Health was made aware that CDC protocols for the handling of COVID fatalities have changed, and those protocols no longer require cremation or burial within 24 hours. That new CDC guideline was released on July 25th. Discussion continued Tuesday on the fiscal year 2021 budget bill. The Committee on Appropriations held a virtual hearing and will complete a section-by-section review of the measure before reporting it back to the full body for a vote in session. Nestor Lecanto reports.
The discussion began with Senator Therese Terlahi's question about whether GovGuam has the money to cover the 25% matching fund requirement for President Trump's unemployment assistance extension proposal. Budget Director Lester Carlson.
The match is beyond our fiscal ability, and we, as much as we'd love to have the additional funding going to those displaced workers, the formula under which we would have to agree to requires funding that we just don't have.
Under the Trump proposal, state and local governments would have to pay $100 of the $400 in additional unemployment assistance. Administration Director Edward Byrne.
The average number of claimants that we're paying out in the fortnightly claims is about 22,000. So based upon that, we're talking of about 40 million. And I would also like to point out that under FEMA rules, we have to upfront the payment and then get reimbursed.
Carlson adds that it probably wouldn't be a good idea to borrow the money either.
We are in a deficit situation still. It would not be advantageous for us to go out on a short-term borrowing or any other type of leveraging. Plus, between OFB and BBMR, we didn't anticipate any debt service, additional debt service, on top of what our projections for FY21 are at this point in time.
He says the good news is the Guam Labor Department has received another $185 million to continue the separate pandemic unemployment assistance program. For Guam's News Network, I'm
Last night, the Joint Information confirmed another case of COVID-19 had been identified, this time at Inarahan Elementary School. GDOE and Public Health are conducting contact tracing of an employee who tested positive on Tuesday. They note that the campus will be cleaned as well as off limits until it's completely disinfected. There are confirmed cases at Tizen High, FB Leon Guerrero, Simon Sanchez, and 3 at Southern High in Santa Rita. The JIC also announced that an employee at the Port Authority of Guam tested positive for COVID-19. The press release stating that the individual who tested positive had limited exposure at the port as the employee began to isolate at home at the onset of symptoms. Port General Manager Rory Respicio says the individual was not one of the 59 port employees who were identified last week as being potentially exposed to COVID-19 at a location outside of the port. Respicio adding, as for the 59 employees exposed to a positive COVID-19 case in the course of a work-related activity outside the port, Public Health has confirmed that testing for these 59 will take place Thursday at Public Health. He adds the port took immediate action and sanitized the division where the employee worked and notified all employees of the ongoing situation. The Dededo Palace has been temporarily closed. According to a media release, the closure was prompted after an employee there tested positive for the coronavirus. The store was closed last night for deep cleaning and disinfection. All employees that came in contact with the positive case will be tested. The store is scheduled to reopen today at 10. Payless Markets Executive Vice President Mike Benito says they will continue their best efforts to keep their store safe through their daily cleaning procedures, sanitization protocols, enforcing social distancing, and wearing of masks. They appreciate the public's patience and understanding as they get through these unprecedented times. Meanwhile, due to the rise in confirmed positives on the island, the Guam Memorial Hospital is modifying its visitation schedule. They announced that visitation privileges are suspended until further notice, except in certain situations, including during end of life, religious services, if they are children or minors, or if the patients suffer from serious ailments. They noted strict guidelines and qualifications for authorized visitors. The Motor Vehicle Division over at Reventax has released their temporary mail-in application form for non-Real ID Guam driver's licenses and conversions of intermediate to full licenses. The fillable application form with instructions can be found at DRT's website in the govguamdocs.com section. For more information, call DRT at 635-1817 or 635-1779. Joining us now with regional headlines, we bring in from our Zoom room, Tomas Manglotnya. Good morning, Tomas.
Good morning, Brie and Chris. Here's the latest making news with containing COVID in the Northern Marianas as the CNMI documents its 54th case in which the individual is linked to community transmission to the 50th case. The CNMI community-based testing initiative is going to resume for the next 4 weeks starting today. The CNMI governor's office writes in a press release that since April, the CNMI community-based testing initiative has tested over 12,000 people for COVID-19 on Saipan, Tinian, and Rhoda. This is approximately 24% of the CNMI's population on those three islands. At a press briefing yesterday, we asked the governor for what might be the road ahead, given that this is the first community transmission in 93 days. Take a listen to this clip.
To ask you what metrics are being looked at in terms of possible restrictions if more community spread is seen. Is it, what metrics are you looking at?
Well, same. I mean, we're going to look at, Esther, our CEO, and Warren, the task force, and Dr. Tadella, and all the doctors that looking at the community, contact tracing. I mean, we're going to look at all of those, and those information is what's going to guide us on what kind of information we need in order to make sound judgments. Because for one, if it's church, then this is something that we've been through before. We impose those kinds of restrictions across the board. If it's restaurants or, again, bars. So those are the informations that we need in order for us to make a sound judgment. But again, across the board, if we're seeing more community-based testing, the best thing to do is to not shut everything down completely, but the restrictions that we've lifted is going to go back. Again, since the very beginning, curfew was implemented for a reason to safeguard all of our people from leaving after 7. Restaurants are being closed and other respective businesses so that we completely stay home and stop the spread. So if we need to do that, I'll be more than happy to do it. And I'm sure CEO and the task force is, when I say happy to do it, I'm not saying that, okay, I'm happy to close it. No, I'm saying that I would not hesitate to shut the government, shut down the community, if that's what it takes, drastic decisions to safeguard the health, public health. But decisions like that obviously would be made based on cases that we're seeing with the approval with Esther Muñe, Jero with Homeland Security, and the task force.
In pandemic unemployment assistance and federal pandemic unemployment compensation payments have been dispersed to eligible and approved claimants in the Northern Marianas. And in related news, the CNMI Department of Labor has collected over $100,000 in unemployment payments from ineligible individuals. Of course, these overpayments from ineligible individuals come from the CNMI only transitional workers, or CW1. They write that to date, 9 out of 75 identified individuals have returned PUA and FPUC benefit payments. And the CNMI Department of Labor Secretary Benavente says that they're going to hold community outreach over Zoom this week and next week. Bring Chris, that's the latest making news with containing COVID in the NMI.
Thanks, Tomas. The first virtual political convention is well underway as the Democrats began their 4-day process to nominate Joe Biden as the party's presidential candidate. Former First Lady Michelle Obama headlined the first night. Night 2 will bring together what the Democrats are calling rising stars as keynote speakers. Skylar Henry has more details from Capitol Hill.
The virtual Democratic convention kicked off with a mixture of live and taped speeches. Former First Lady Michelle Obama capped off night 1, taking direct aim at President Trump.
He is clearly in over his head. He cannot meet this moment. He simply cannot be who we need him to be for us. It is what it is.
It is what it is, referenced the president's response when recently asked about the high number of daily U.S. deaths from the coronavirus. Senator Bernie Sanders also attacked the president's COVID response.
Nero fiddled while Rome burned. Trump golfs.
Democrats held a virtual moment of silence for George Floyd, whose death sparked calls for police reform.
People of all races, all ages, all genders, all backgrounds, peacefully protesting in the name of love and unity. It's a fitting legacy for our brother, but George should be alive today.
Democrats traditionally use Night 2 to showcase one of the party's rising stars. Tonight, they're switching it up with a convention keynote address that features 17 different speakers. One of them will be former Georgia gubernatorial candidate and voting rights activist Stacey Abrams. We'll also hear from Joe Biden's wife, Dr. Jill Biden.
What Jill is best at helping me do is figure out who the people around me would be most compatible with me. She knows me, I think, better than I know me.
Dr. Biden previewed her speech this morning, tweeting that she will deliver it from the classroom, where she used to teach. Skylar Henry, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
Watch the live coverage of the Democratic National Convention on KUAM TV 8 and TV 11 starting at noon today through Friday. Meanwhile, Guam's delegation will be casting its vote during today's convention. And finally, congratulations going out to Agania Heights Elementary GATE student, 7-year-old Michaela Chen. The third grader is one of the 54 state and territory winners across the country in the 12th annual Doodle for Google competition. Michaela's doodle was selected from thousands of entries received this year. The contest is open to K through 12 students across the United States to design a Google doodle inspired by the theme, I Show Kindness By. In the next stage of the contest, Google will invite the public to vote for their favorite doodle in order to help determine which students will go on to become one of the 5 national finalists. Voting is now through August 21st on the Doodle for Google website. That is doodleforgoogle.com.
Good job.
Google will announce 5 national finalists later this month, one of which will go on to become the national winner and have their doodle featured on the Google homepage for a day. So congratulations, and please go out and vote.
I don't know how you said doodle, Google, doodle so
Doodle
many
for
times
Google.
without messing up.
I read it slowly.
Right, doodle. Okay, that's it?
Yeah, that's it.
All right, hey, that's our news. Wow, 6:38. It's the link on the Breeze 93.9. We're coming back with the Salvation Army. That's next, right here. Good morning, Guam.
I was superintendent of education for many years, and he was president of the University of Guam for a decade.
Together, we worked hard to extend opportunities from the youngest of our children to senior researchers at the University of Guam.
We understood that public service and the economy begins with education and returns to it time and time again.
But we're also partners in life, bringing together 8 children of diverse backgrounds, 14 grandchildren, and 1 great-grandchild.
I was born in Iloilo in the Philippines, and he was born in Tamuning, bringing together another combination of experiences which enrich our lives and our island home.
When we say, Si Jules Maasi,
and Maraming Salamat po,
it is because we have been saying it all of our lives, not just during a campaign. I'm Robert Underwood, and I approve this message.
Not to relax, get back someday. Anytime I want my half, I need it. I'll be present in a New York minute. Don't deceive me now, you know it's business. And it's been a long time, fortunately mine, playing on my soul, connected my control. Rock me so slow. Anytime I need it, she will bend down low on me. Rock me so slow. In the morning time, sit roots maneuver.
All right, I know you guys are wondering what we're doing. We're not throwing up gang signs, okay? Relax. That's Live Long and Prosper. I'm not a Star Trek. Yeah.
This one I can't do.
That's Shaka.
I don't ever do Shaka. I did a song about it. Didn't work. You okay, Bree?
Yeah, I was trying to do the.
It looks like your arthritis is because she's like.
Captain Eric knew what's up with the Nanu Nanu, though.
Right, yeah. And so we were talking about, and we'll bring on Captains Eric and Carrie from the Salvation Army. Mork and Mindy, guys, showing our age here.
Yes, Robin Williams and Pam Dauber.
Right. See, I didn't know the lady's name. Right. So how was that? He had the hand symbols like Nanu Nanu, right? Or
Yeah, I was that little nerd who wanted those. What were those suspenders that he had? The rainbow suspenders.
Right. Yeah.
They were so cool.
You know, it's coming back though. Got to find. I'm sure they sell them somewhere.
Oh, yep. It's circular. I love it when my kids are like, "Hey, have you ever heard this song that was out when you were a kid?" And it's like, yeah, I have.
When you were a kid.
Right. 642. Captains Eric and Carrie Rudd of the Salvation Army on the show in the KUAM News Zoom room on the link, The Breeze 93.9. Thanks for joining us. Good morning.
Half a day.
Half a day.
So you guys finally out of quarantine. I know the last time we talked, you were in quarantine.
Only for everyone else to go back into quarantine now.
Right.
Yeah.
So how are you guys feeling? And how are things going over at the Salvation Army?
We're busy. We're really busy. It's good. We had to close our thrift store as it's not essential. The rest of us is essential. So we've been, depending on the position, face masks, social distancing, sometimes self-isolating in the office.
I got a nice long one for my beard.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Fashionable.
Yeah.
A beard mask. I haven't seen that.
That's cool.
Yeah. But we've been super busy running around. We just finished the back to school drive. We were anticipating doing 150 backpacks, but because of all the generous folks here on Guam, we were able to do 175.
Wow.
So
We still have a few left, so we're hoping that we'll be able to stretch it out to possibly 200. But we had Infusion, Payless, Cost You Less, Port of Mocha, Rotary, Filipino Associations, Laguna and Basta, and then community members all chipped in. It was really cool to see how Guam just comes together and
Right.
helps everyone out. So that was a fun experience for us.
So you still have some back to school backpacks. How do maybe parents out there listening? How do they kind of get those?
A lot of them come through the FSC, the Family Service Center. So these are the folks that are in need of food as well as utility assistance and sometimes rapid rehousing as well.
Right.
And then our LRC, our Lighthouse Recovery Center, we have over 90 clients that are connected to us. And
some are residential, some are out in the community, so they go and they.
Right.
And then also the community center over on Court and Torres.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Did you say 90 clients with a Lighthouse Recovery Center?
That's
Yes.
right.
Wow.
There were some residential, but they go out and do satellite work.
Well, there's continuum of care afterwards.
Yeah.
So folks come back in for classes and counseling sessions and things like that. And so there's still counseling going on. We're still taking care of them, just not in-house.
Not just
Right.
them though, but their families as well.
Correct.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I just want to commend you guys for bearing the carrying the load of recovery work on Guam. I mean, it's an area where we're just woefully short-handed, and I'm glad that you guys are able to help as many people as you can. And I know some people in the LRC, good people, man. So thank you for that.
Absolutely.
And these services continuing during PCOR 1, that's kind of why we brought you on. Just tell us how and which services are affected by the new pandemic condition of readiness and how people can still seek assistance from the Salvation Army.
So what we've done is we've extended our hours. We're now open Monday through Friday, where it was Monday through Thursday, 9 a.m. to 4:30. And that's at the Barragata admin office. We also do outreach food deliveries on a regular basis. So if you call in and you ask for Trini and she's able to talk to you and find out, okay, so you're not able to make it in, then we'll send our people out to you to deliver food for you.
With their masks. And
With
all
their
of that.
masks, and we just
Right.
drop it off and then step back and let you have it. And then the rapid rehousing and utility assistance is done virtually right now. So we're still doing that as well. And then we're looking at it's hard to plan, especially with PCOR 1,
Right.
but we've got to think about Thanksgiving because that's coming up. And regardless of what stage we're in, people are still going to be hungry and need food.
Right.
So we're going to do it Balutan style. We're working with the mayor's offices
Balutan.
throughout Island.
Let me just get you on
And,
that. Captain Carey, it's Balutan. So,
Balutan.
yeah,
Okay,
Balutan, yeah.
Thank you.
right, got it. I don't want
So we're
you
gonna
people
be
to talk
working-
about you behind your back.
Did we say a bad word?
No, you didn't.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt, but go ahead.
No.
The Balutan
So
style
we're going to be
Thanksgiving.
working with the mayor's offices
Thanks,
to make
Vito.
sure that the seniors get the food, the Balutan, and then also we're going to be going out to the homeless shelters. So it's going to be more of an outreach this
Nice.
year.
I don't think we'll be able to all gather down at Chamorro Village this year.
Right, yeah.
Sadly.
Can we go back and ask about the rapid rehousing and the utility assistance program? Tell us a little bit more about that.
It's done through GURA, and basically folks that are having a hard time making their rent, they can call in, make an appointment,
Or
and
utilities.
for utilities or for the rental assistance, and we'll just take you through the application process. As long as you qualify, then it's a casework set up. So I was just sitting in with a meeting last week where there was a client that was looking for rapid rehousing, and we teach them how to not only get housing, but also how to get work, different places to find daycare, different ways to actually get back on the map, so to speak. So it's a holistic, comprehensive casework that we're
all
doing
the
with
tools
these.
to success.
Uh,
Yeah.
so you guys are working.
And sometimes it takes meetings where they have to meet every 2 weeks just to kind of prompt them and help them and urge them along. But we're willing to do that, and the success is
Gratifying.
it's gratifying. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't, but more than often it does.
How many people have you helped through this rapid rehousing effort?
I don't know.
I actually don't know. I should know that.
But this is
No, I
in,
think that I'm thinking back to the schedule that was shown to me, and there was 10 last month.
Wow.
So that it was successful with. So if we see probably about 16, that's about
Average, yeah.
that's about the numbers. If we see about 15 to 16, probably 10 out of them will be able to place.
is this part of
Reasons
the?
that we wouldn't be able to place is possibly if they have too much income, if they already have a support system and they don't qualify. But as long as they do, then we're in the game and we're going to make it happen.
Is this part of the Mayor Robert Hoffman? The what is it called? The interagency
Homeless
council.
Coalition?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Mm,
All right. So some of these people that were part of the rapid housing,
Rehousing.
right? Are they part of the homeless people that are over at Global Dorm?
Some of them are. Many of them are just in the community on their own, struggling, and they don't have any association with any of the other community coalitions, and so they just need our help.
And these are families, right? This rapid
Yes.
Yeah.
We just had the meeting that I was sitting in last week. It was a single mom with 3 kids, and she was trying to find work and trying to find housing, and
Balancing and all that during the pandemic, it just adds layers of complications.
but we're here to support them and show them how to go about actually getting back on their feet.
How are you
More of a
guys
teaching.
doing on donations? Because like you said, Thanksgiving is coming up. How are you guys doing on what
We're
you
just
guys need?
starting to send out the letters for Thanksgiving donations, and we recognize that it could be a
gonna
lot
look different
harder
this year.
this year because many of the donations come from the hotels, and we know that the hotels are struggling this year. So we're just hoping for the best. We'll have to see. We just started sending them out this week and hearing back from a few of them. So
You know, we had Major Tom. How's he doing, by the way?
He's doing good.
He's doing great.
Right on.
I see him now. He's doing freshwater fishing instead of saltwater. So the fish are a little bit smaller.
Right,
But
right.
if you ask him, they're still that big.
Yeah, they're always that big. So when Major Tom was here, we saw during the height of the first lockdown, where there was no pandemic unemployment, thousands were out of work. The need for services was so great that I believe you guys gave out more assistance during the pandemic than you did in all the previous disasters combined that you recorded. So the need was just heartbreaking, really, in that Major Tom had said the people who usually donate to the Salvation Army are the people who are now needing the help. And
Absolutely.
so now that we've seen the unemployment come out, what is the need like today?
Same need. That is continued on, where the clients that are coming in are the folks that once contributed or donated their goods to the thrift store, or even in some cases monetary donations. And go ahead.
No, now they're needing help, and it's great that we have an opportunity to come alongside people, because we all have ebbs and flows in our life, and this pandemic and the people being out of work right now, we've not seen this. So it's something where you just scratch your head and you say, okay, we're gonna get through this, but we have to do it together. And I think I'm encouraged just the way that Guamanians come alongside each other. Even if you don't have much, people come and bring. It's amazing to see the generosity of folks.
We had the back to school drive, and we had bins out at different stores, and just to see the community just filling those bins up, even though so many of us are struggling. It was, a ream of paper here, some pencils there, and it all added up. And so it's just really refreshing, and it's heartwarming to see how Guam just embraces one another and takes care of their own.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us this morning. And welcome again. Like I said before, welcome to Guam.
Yeah.
This is
Thank
how
you
we
so
are.
much.
Very
This is what
special
we do.
place. Yeah, we got here. You can see.
I agree.
Yeah,
I think we're going to be here for a while.
right on. Numbers. How do people get a hold of you? They need to, rapid rehousing, utilities assistance, any of the services that we just talked about.
489-0787.
489-0787.
Yeah,
Correct.
call to make an appointment, and we'll get you in.
All right.
Actually, and you can mention with Christmas, yeah?
Yeah.
Also with Christmas, we still plan on doing Christmas distribution with the toys and the food.
Of course.
Same number.
Same number.
Right on.
I guess we'll be in contact because, usually during the holidays, KUAM partners with
Yeah.
the Salvation Army, especially
Fabulous.
for the canned food drive for Thanksgiving. So we're going to probably have to work things out and figure out
Yeah.
how we're going to do that.
I mean, even bell ringing.
Yeah, and the bell.
I was
The
gonna
bell.
say, we
All
bring,
right,
bring a bell out. Yeah, okay.
We all about rocking them bells.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, we don't ring the
Gary,
bell,
Gary.
we rock it. Yeah, just wanted to end on a light note. Thank you, captains. Really appreciate the work you're doing, and everybody that's with you guys there, Salvation Army.
Stay
God
safe.
bless
Thank you
you.
guys so much. Have a great day.
Wash your beard.
Wait, the mask. The mask is so cool. Where did you get that?
Let's see that mask.
Actually,
Our thrift store manager, Doris, made it.
Wow.
Wow.
That's pretty awesome.
isn't that cool? And then I can use
is
it on my
cool.
bald head too. So.
All right.
All right, take
We'll see you
care.
guys. Okay, it's 6:54. The link, The Breeze 93.9. I would take a short break and come back with more of the show next. Good morning, Guam.
I was superintendent of education for many years, and he was president of the University of Guam for a decade.
Together, we worked hard to extend opportunities from the youngest of our children to senior researchers at the University of Guam.
We understood that public service and the economy begins with education and returns to it time and time again.
But we're also partners in life, bringing together 8 children of diverse backgrounds, 14 grandchildren, and 1 great-grandchild.
I was born in Iloilo in the Philippines and he was born into Mooning, bringing together another combination of experiences which enrich our lives and our island home.
When we say, Si Jules Maasi,
and Maraming Salamat po,
it is because we have been saying it all of our lives, not just during a campaign. I'm Robert Underwood, and I approve this message.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Coming up, Michelle Obama and Bernie Sanders kick off the first ever virtual Democratic convention tonight. Plus, the new normal, back to school during COVID-19. What parents need to know. Coming up on the CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell.
You live life on the go, and now so does your mortgage application with FHB Digital. It's easy and fast, with features that gather your documents or make it simple to upload them yourself. FHB Digital provides personalized mortgage options to suit your budget. And if you have questions, just ask a loan officer. FHB Digital. Bank at the speed of your life with First Hawaiian Bank.
Half a day. I'm Dr. Jana Manglonia, Medical Director for Public Health. We all play a role in slowing the spread of COVID-19. We must continue to stay strong and practice everyday preventive actions to keep our island safe. Maintain a distance of 6 feet between yourself and others. Wear cloth face coverings in public settings. Wash your hands for at least 20 seconds. If soap and water are not readily available, use alcohol-based hand sanitizer that contains at least 60% alcohol. Clean and disinfect frequently used surfaces. Avoid touching your face. Stay home if you're sick. Let's protect ourselves, our loved ones, and our communities. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at dphss.guam.gov.
When the world feels stuck at home, there are people who would love nothing more than to have a home. Disasters don't stop during a pandemic. Together, we continue to give help and hope to those in need. Help now at redcross.org.
Come in and the dance, yeah, you feel it in space. Drum and the bass, I go move your waist. Drum and the bass, I go move your waist. Who now feel this your rhythm, feel this your flow. Oh, what a feeling so natural. Who now feel this your rhythm, feel this your flow. Oh, what a feeling so natural. Me pick up me keyboard, put it in me car. Me never realize me have it. Drive off for me run out of gas, me not a star. Hey, me run out of gas, me not a star. Watch it. So me push me car to a gas station. Fill it up, turn up me radio. Guess what? I play up on my stereo. Oh. Guess what? I play up on my stereo. Reggae music, some reggae music. Hey, reggae music.
I want to be the. I always wanted to be a reggae hype man.
Reggae music, some reggae
Bomba
music.
Clot.
Hey, reggae music, some roots music.
Babylon.
Shaggy.
Go Carolina. What do you think? Four-piece band. Love this. You feel that? Breathe that bass. Anyway, okay, all right.
I was
Sorry.
enjoying it until you started like rambling.
I'm adding color to it, you know.
No. Don't need your color. It's good the way it is. Just move with it.
Yeah.
Flow with it.
Feel this here rhythm. Feel this here flow.
And then just shut up. Relax.
Yeah, these ladies are laughing. You know what? I think people like it when you bully me. Keep it up.
I'm not I'm not bullying you.
It's 7 o'clock. We're KUAM FM. I got you, Guam. Good morning to our viewers on KUAM TV 11. Sabrina Salas Mantanani. My name's Chris. This is the link on the Breeze 93.9, and it's all proudly brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank. Thank you, First Hawaiian Bank. Hey, drive-through opens in an hour. You can check out their social media accounts or, of course, FHB.com. Also, Calvo Enterprises and IT&E. Good morning on you. Coming up on the show, we got Superintendent of Education, John Fernandez. That's happening at around 8:15. 8:30, we'll check in with Mark Scott, who's the spokesperson of the Guam National Guard. We've seen some positives, right?
Well, when I spoke with him over the weekend, he said that they had 3 that he was aware of recently, and that was the last time I had a chance to talk to him.
Right, and so, I told him, I said, hey, I think we might ask about the COVID-19 and the Guard, so we'll hopefully get more info on that. We're also trying to squeeze in Port GM Roy Respicio, and we'll catch up with Sergeant Paul Tapao, the Guam Police Department, as they, too, have seen a couple officers test positive.
And we'll also be checking in with Dr. Tom Shea. He's waiting in the Zoom room. But before we do that, we are going to be...
No. We'll just get...
Okay, go ahead.
We'll go to Dr. Shea real quick.
Okay.
Yeah. We're going to go to Dr. Shea, and then we've got the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center, the Crisis Hotline Coordinator, and the Adult Counseling Division Head to come on and really talk about how people are struggling. I mean, even now, even in PCOR 3, the calls they're getting at the Crisis Hotline, the way people are feeling. And this is something we've really tried to talk about, Bree. A lot of people don't know that they're carrying a heavy load.
Yep.
And so we'll talk to them about that. But let's get Dr. Shea on in our KUAM News Zoom room. Good morning, Doc.
Hi, Doc.
Morning, Chris. Morning, Sabrina.
Good morning. Doc, I had to do a double take because I saw...
Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine. Good morning.
Yeah.
I had to do a double take because I saw somewhere in your Facebook and you had posted something like you actually agree with the governor on something.
I know. Isn't that incredible?
I mean, we had to stop the press like, oh, whoa, guys. Everything just came to a screeching halt.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, the temperature in hell, it must be negative 10 degrees right now.
I don't disagree with the government on everything. But, I noticed that we were very concerned about the hospitalization rates and all that. But then if you recall, very recently, 10 days ago, I think, just the governor wrote a letter August 8 to the Center of Disease Control. And within that letter, if you read it carefully, it's a very detailed letter on how Guam is prepared and how Guam is actually a low risk. And with that regard, it's around the first page, it says that we're also prepared for any surge in the hospitalization with 83 COVID designated hospital beds. And they have the capacity to expand that into 200 or more and 75 ventilators. Now, when I first read that letter, I go, how are we going to staff that, right? How are we going to staff that? But I'm not here to always argue with the governor, so I'm going to agree with what the governor's letter has already said. And that's an official letter with the governor's seal that's sent to the Centers for Disease Control.
Right.
So if we are so prepared for the surge, then why are we in PCOR 1? So that's the real question. Now, it's the messages, Chris, and I've always said this, that we have to be consistent with the public and with the federal government, and also with our tourism industry as well. We have to be very consistent. And I know the Chamber of Commerce has came out voicing their concerns regarding the same inconsistencies coming out of Adelup.
Right.
And, with the letter itself is very indicative of what we're trying to say, is that the messages coming out are inconsistent messages, and we got to be consistent. So I may have said it in a sarcastic way that I agree with it, with that letter to the CDC. Then again, you have to think about it. I was one of the first ones to say that you can have 2,000 beds. You can prepare for 2,000 beds, but you just don't have the staffing.
Right.
Yeah.
We brought that up with Fernando Estevez yesterday. But let me ask you this, though. You work at GMH. You've been there. Do they really have 83 COVID designated hospital beds?
Not that I know of personally, because I don't go into the area of the ICU.
Mhm.
Thank God that I don't have critical ill patients there. And ER, I do visit ER, and I do trust the staff there. Dr. Jolene Agin is very good. Dr. Andrew Taylor is very good. And I think they're handling the surge, or whatever you may call it, in a very professional manner. But I think what we need to also think about is that we need to take the letter very seriously. That's a letter that's given out to the public, and is given to a agency, a Center for Disease Control, where we are arguing with them regarding the level of warning that they put out for all travel. So if the governor is saying that we do have 83 COVID beds and can expand that even more, then I tend to believe her. But then again, where's his staff is coming from? But what's surprising is the letter came out, and I'm sure the Physicians Advisory Group has reviewed it. So obviously they didn't say anything, so I'm sure that they agree with it as well. But then again, we have our own chat groups. We talk offline, and we talk about certain issues that the public may not be able to hear.
Yeah.
As you know, Chris, I'm very vocal about these things because I want the message to be clear. I want the message to be consistent. Are we prepared for the surge? This is what the letter says, coming out straight from Adelup.
Right.
If we're not, then don't send out that letter. Retract it and issue something that's more consistent with what we're doing.
Yeah.
That's my main point when I say I agree with the governor in that letter. But, sarcastically, I do agree in a way that we are prepared. But like I said,
I didn't catch the sarcasm, Doc. I thought you
well,
really.
it's hard to
agree-
catch the
Yeah.
sarcasm in a WhatsApp,
Yeah. But I mean, Doc, really what this is, the CDC, a lot of people, and I'm sure Adelup feels this way, they feel like they took a shot at us, and the governor had to clap back. And of course, he's not going to clap back and say, we don't have enough ICU beds, and the COVID's so bad here that we're opening a whole new COVID ward at the hospital. And right now at GMH, they're trying to create more space for COVID patients because we're just seeing this crazy surge, and they're putting patients in the closet. They got 2 patients in the elevator that's not working. They're going to go put this guy here in the stairway. So of course the governor
We're
is...
going to order Blue Med tents.
Right. Of course the governor is going to be like, we are doing great, almost...
No, but in the press conference she held last week, she said that we are a hotspot.
Yeah. So I know, now we're a hotspot, but at the time that she wrote the letter, it was more of a, defensive posture.
Yeah, but still at the time when she wrote the letter, we were seeing that
Chris,
increase in cases.
Right. Yeah.
What's in the letter regarding the hotspot, cold spot, to me doesn't really matter.
Right.
What matters to me is the fact that she put in there, in that particular letter, that we are also prepared for any surge in hospitalization.
Mhm.
83 COVID designated hospital beds with a capacity to increase 200 or more, and 75 ventilator. That's besides whether or not your hot spot or low spot,
Right,
whatever,
right.
medium
Mhm.
spot, whatever you want to call it. I disagree with those formulas anyway.
Right.
But
Well,
the fact is that the letter says that you have enough beds, you're ready for the surge. So those are
It could
irrespective of
mean,
what you call
how do we know that this doesn't mean that we have the 83 COVID designated hospital beds between GMH, between Naval Hospital, because, Lillian said that the governor is in communications with Admiral Minoni, that should we reach a certain trigger point, he's standing by to assist, right? Or maybe there's hospital beds at GRMC. Do you think that's maybe what she meant?
Well, then that's okay. I don't care where the bed's coming from.
Mhm.
The fact is we have 83 COVID designated beds. But Guam, as we know, you have a designated COVID hospital. So I'm assuming that the 83 bed is at GMH.
Yeah.
Now, if the 83 beds, let's say 40 is at GMH, 40 at GRMC, and then 23 is at a Naval Hospital, that's okay too. The fact is, the letter says that we're prepared for the surge.
Right.
That's the main point I was getting through.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But regarding purchasing $1 million for this 10th bed that you're mentioning, did I hear that correctly?
I didn't say $1 million. I'm not sure how much it is, but according to Lillian Posadas, when there was an ops meeting 2 days ago, and the governor instructed Guam Homeland Security Office of Civil Defense to purchase these blue medical tents. And, I had asked Fernando, why are we just doing this now? Shouldn't we have done this way back when we had all these projections that we were going to be experiencing this surge in September? I mean, we had this John Hopkins projections
Right,
and all
right,
of this. So I'm just kind of curious, why are we just doing this now?
Well, that's a question for them to answer. But, we were supposed to be preparing for over the last 3-4 months. That was the...
But Doc, I mean, when we talk to these people, what it seems like happened was, we had the doomsday projection, and when it became clear that that wasn't going to happen, I feel like everyone just walked off the field. I mean, that's what I feel like. And, we heard from Sergeant Estevez, it might not have been the case because he said that they were doing things, they continue to be doing things to prep for this. But when we have the hospital administrator on talking about how she's got to create a whole new ward and
COVID care unit 4.
Right. It just, I don't.
And
I mean,
move
the governor
like the
can
telemetry
write,
ward,
right.
to,
And I mean, the governor can write whatever she wants to write. But when we talk to the people who are actually in these positions at the hospital,
But you remember,
it doesn't. I don't feel as confident.
Well, you remember the SNU that they created, right? Before
Yeah,
they shut it down
yeah.
because they couldn't fill it.
Well, they have the SNU.
Those are all coming down.
It's called the
Right,
SIF,
right. So,
the SIF SNU. They don't even have the chillers yet. They're supposed to have them this week, according to Lillian. That's what they're hoping for, so that they can open up that facility. But all the people that were being treated at the SNU have been moved to Catholic Social Services with no contract.
Yeah. The other question, too, is somebody messaged me, do we believe in God? Do we believe in God? That's a good question, isn't it? If we do believe in God, then we need to allow the churches to practice their faith and go back to what they believe in. We need to respect the faith of people. Science is one thing, but then the faith there is another. So you have to ask the question is that, do we believe in God? And if we do, then we need to look at the services of the church and allow that to be an essential service and practice the 3 W's. Like I said, mask, wear a mask, wash your hands, and watch your distance. And I think if you can do all those 3 things, you should prevent yourself from getting COVID. But going back to the messages, what the adult is saying, again, they have to be consistent with what they do. Right. Now they're going to go back and they're going to say, well, let's go back to the drawing board. Let's draw down that board. 83 bed. No, we don't have 83. Do we have 50? Do we have, what do we have so that we can make the public understand that this is a serious situation? Right. That the surge at GMH is really bad. We have 14 now, but we have 83 beds. We said we had 83 beds, but wait a minute. We're a critical position now. We're 14. So what is it? Is it 14 or do we have 20 beds? We have 83 beds as noted in the letter. Those questions I raised myself. It's like, God, this is so inconsistent. I really want to believe, Chris, Sabrina, I really want to support the governor and what they're doing. And I do. But I want the message to be consistent. I want the message to be consistent so that we can believe it. And I want it to be transparent. And I've always emphasized transparency. When you have these PAG, Physician Advisory Board meetings that don't want to allow any other doctor to chime in or zoom into these conferences, it doesn't make us feel any better. So of course we're going to question that. And those messages written in official letters to the CDC that we have 83 COVID beds, but now we're shaking in our booties because we have 14 in the hospital, and how sick are they? And we have 75 ventilators, but do we have 75 staffing to manage all those? Those questions are inconsistencies. We cannot be drawing up letters for political reasons as well. We can't say, well, we don't want to be level 3, so let's write a letter reassuring them that we can do this. But on the other hand, we're telling our own people in Guam that we can't do this because we have overwhelming surge at GMH or at GRMC or the Navy. We have to have consistent messages so that we can believe a government that's transparent is a government that we can trust. A government that's non-transparent is the government that we have to question, right?
Right.
Right on. Right on,
All right, Doc.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for joining us.
Well, one thing for sure is that you have been consistent in calling for consistency. So thank you.
And
I
next
don't
time,
have any financial interest in this. I don't sell things. I don't go for RFP contracts. I don't say, hey.
Boom.
Yeah. Doc, next time you say
way,
you agree with the governor, I'm not going to believe you, though.
I do study and I am board certified, okay? So let's just put that out there. I do have my credentials, too, okay?
Right
By
on.
the way, congratulations. I know that you're celebrating. How many years is it?
Oh, 24 years on Guam. I wish I could have a big party, invite everybody over to the new clinic. But that's not happening. So next year, 25th. I think that's the diamond anniversary, 25th? Yeah, I think it is. So it's going to be a big year next year. So,
Right
hopefully that we can all celebrate the 25th year for women and children. Not just women and children, but the dads, the families, my practice, it's actually a family practice, because a baby is, come from the mom and dad, and then there's grandparents, the great grandparents, there's families, there's uncles and
Ninos and Ninas. Yeah, we got you. Right on, Dr. Shea. Congrats, and we'll catch up with you again in a few days.
Yeah, 25 years, maybe we can go to 30 years. We'll see.
Okay, Doc, thank you. Well, you can, because there's one thing we do pretty good here on Guam. It's making babies.
Yeah, and remember now, I'm predicting there's a surge in babies, right? Coming up 2021. We'll see.
I'm still waiting for the first baby named COVID.
Oh, no.
COVIDilin. You guys would. You would.
Covidicus.
That's I like COVIDlin.
COVIDlin?
COVIDlin with a dash, right?
Let's get people to put up their suggestions on this live stream.
Put them in your comments. What's your best COVID baby name? Even Surge is that's kind of a cool name, right?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Surge.
But on Guam, it would probably be COVID.
COVID. Yeah. Okay. 7:16. We're going live with the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center right after this break on the link. The Breeze 93.9. Good morning.
Whether it is tablets for children, special equipment for special children, or coral reef research, federal support is critical for our schools and our future. This week, we're trying to open schools. Parents are worried about their children's safety. Teachers are being asked to work minor miracles every day in teaching without looking directly into the eyes of our children. We must make sure that every child has a tablet, can get online, and get on with their education. We need a congressman who understands education and how the federal government can support every activity in the classroom, in the laboratory, and in the internet. Now more than ever, we need a congressman who will assist GDOE, UOG, and GCC without hesitation in solving problems with federal agencies. It's time that your child takes center stage, not only in school, but in Washington, D.C. I'm Robert Underwood, and I approve this message.
You live life on the go, and now so does your mortgage application with FHB Digital. It's easy and fast with features that gather your documents or make it simple to upload them yourself. FHB Digital provides personalized mortgage options to suit your budget. And if you have questions, just ask a loan officer. FHB Digital. Bank at the speed of your life with First Hawaiian Bank.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Oh, wow. Let's just some of these names on the comments. Covido. Covilina. That's a good one. Colin. That's a Colin, man. COVID James. That'll work. Covilina. Covina. Covine. Wow, yeah. COVID 2020. That's a little heavy-handed. Hey, it's 7:19. FHB, First Hawaiian Bank, Calvo Enterprises, and ITE proud to present The Link. Daryl and Noni went in Guam at 7:20. Good morning. Let's go to the KUAM News Zoom room. And we have the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center standing by. We have Sylvia Kinata of the Adult Counseling Division. She's the head. And also Helen Onadera from the Crisis Hotline. She is the coordinator. Okay, ladies, can you introduce yourself? Because one of you looks like a Sylvia, one of you looks like a Helen, but I don't know which is which, so I didn't want to mess up.
I'll go for the Sylvia, since I'm the Sylvia.
Oh, good.
So my name is Sylvia Kinata, and I'm the supervisor for the adult counseling branch here at the department. And I'm Helen Onadera. I am coordinating
temporarily overseeing the crisis hotline. Yes.
How long have you guys been with the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center?
For me, I made my 20 years last year.
Wow.
Yeah, started off as a social worker and then furthered education and got my master's in counseling, moved to counseling about 12 years later.
And yeah, I've been here for 4 years.
4 years.
It flies really fast though.
So Sylvia, you've been there quite a while, so I'm sure you have been through a lot because we have had so many disasters within the past 20 years, and the increase in drug use, the need for rehabilitation and recovery services, and here we are with this COVID crisis. Can you tell us about how, I guess, you've seen this increase in need for services at the Behavioral Health and Wellness Center?
Sure. So when I first came in, services at that time for, I'm looking back at the years that I've been here, and I'm comparing like how it was in the beginning and mildly people started to get educated. So they eventually started to learn about this place and what we're about. And, we're not so dangerous after all and scary. So they now realize that we're a place that they can come to get help and for whatever emotional and behavioral health they need. And then, so now with the pandemic, we have just skyrocketed in numbers, and it's almost scary at some point because the good thing though is our administration right now, our management is helping us by hiring a lot of people, but the numbers are still there. We're tackling it one day at a time as best we could. But the numbers just keep getting up there, and we're dealing with it one day at a time.
Mm-hmm. When you say numbers, I guess in the past 5 months, what kind of numbers are we talking?
So before the start of COVID, actually before COVID, I think we were averaging like 25 to 30 calls a month. We've definitely, I know we recently ran the data and we're getting up to 500 calls a month now. So that was the last 2 months. Before then, I know that at the height of COVID, the first wave or, before all of this, we were getting about 500 to 700. So we're slowly seeing it increase again. And we do see that every time there's a new executive order or there's a new, mandate in place, we see the surge here on our end as the number increases. Yes.
Helen, what do people say? What are they saying when they call the hotline? What are some of the things? Again, not specifics, but just maybe generalities.
Mm-hmm. Well, generally, we are seeing a lot of people who are feeling anxious due to unemployment, being laid off, wondering where the resources are, wondering before all of this, when are they going to get their checks? We're linked to the 311, so which is the 8 to operates Monday through Friday 8 to 5, and we're option 6 or 7. It changes. I think we went from 6 to 7 because PUA started. But we would get callers too who are just pressing numbers until they can speak to someone. But when we do get someone who is seeking hotline services, it is, yes, anxious or depressed, loneliness, because, there are people with health problems and they just can't go out in the community. So it's up to us to figure out to kind of help them, figure out some coping skills that they can do. What have they done before, and what does the new normal look like for them during this time?
Mm-hmm. What age demographic are you mainly taking calls from, or have seen an increase in calls from?
we're getting from like teens, say about 12-ish. Then all the way up to
All
seniors.
the way, yes.
Yeah, and recently we've been getting a lot of calls and a lot of people walking in that are seniors.
Yeah.
Seniors are walking in.
It doesn't discriminate with the age. I think
What are some of the things that the teenagers are saying?
12-year-olds?
Yeah, 12-year-old. That's young.
Again, I think as we go longer into the public health emergency and the kids are being stuck at home, a lot of them are craving that social connection. That they are at that stage in their lives where their brain craves the peer interaction. So I think it's a lot of that and kind of just struggling with being stuck at home with their parents, and the parents are just parents probably are at their wits' end as well, just trying to navigate, working and having their children at home. So I think it's just a lot of that. Everyone's just cooped up and needs a place to be able to vent, So a lot of it is that, or that they're feeling like the rules are a little bit more strict than usual.
Right, right.
Or asking basic questions like, so how long is this thing gonna last?
Right.
And what about it, and how basic stuff like that. I guess that the average person can't really answer, and then they'll call here.
Right.
So we're trying to figure out as well
how
we're going to deal with those calls, and so we try to deal with it as best we could and as much as we could.
I want to ask Sylvia because I've been noticing, and this kind of started maybe a month ago, and I've been feeling it too, right? Where my friends are calling me and they're telling me that, they don't know what's wrong. They just feel heaviness, you know what I mean? But these are people who are going to work or just, regular people who maybe before COVID were the most happy-go-lucky, and now they just don't know what it is. But there's something there, right? So do you get concerns like that, Sylvia? Because I do, and I just say that that thing that is weighing down on you, it's just this unprecedented period that we're living in. And I know we hear it all the time, but it really is unprecedented. I don't think that our generation, especially my generation, we didn't live through the war. You know what I mean? We've had it pretty freaking easy. And so this is the first huge thing that emotionally and spiritually we've had to deal with. So you get those kind of comments, Sylvia, where people just feel like something's wrong, but they don't know what it is?
Sure. Occasionally. You're right. The hardest thing we've lived through is typhoon. And that's like second nature for us to deal with, right? It's like, oh, another typhoon. Oh, okay, break out the barbecue, break out the goods in the pantry, right? And then, so this one, we are, as a community, we're reacting to a very unpredictable and uncertain time in our lives. So that's freaking us out, right? We're trying to see how we can deal with it. So when people call and, say, hey, I don't know what's, going on with me. I can't seem to get out of bed. I don't want to go to work anymore. So these are all natural reactions to this very, weird predicament that we're in. So what we, tell people, we kind of give them some pointers, right, as how to go about dealing with it. We throw in some mindfulness there, okay, the deep breath and all that basic stuff. But the important thing that we tell them is that if this lasts for a long period of time, right, and it starts to interfere with your daily functioning, if you're going to school, if you're not able to go to school, you don't want to go to work. So if this is a prolonged feeling that you're going through, then perhaps this is the time to, start thinking, okay, maybe I do need to seek some professional help. So kind of, let everybody know to keep in mind that it's okay. What we're all going through, we're all feeling it. I swear, even us here, we're feeling it as well. We have to learn to help each other out, talk to each other. That's the best way. Pick up a hobby. Right now they're telling everybody to, learn something online, right? So that once this thing passes over, you have something under your belt that you can help yourself get through.
Like you said, you guys are feeling it too. Has there ever been a situation or a call that you guys have taken and you just kind of were at a loss of words, not knowing what you should tell this person? And how did you deal with that? And how do you overcome that?
Part of my responsibility of overseeing the hotline is debriefing with the staff who received the very intense calls, the calls where they do want to kill themselves or they express wanting to kill others. And so that's part of my role, to debrief with them, just to check in with them. We have sometimes we offer debriefing with them, just kind of process with them through the feelings. We also want to make sure they're okay before they go back on their next shift, because of course, if we can't help others, we can't help ourselves. So we need to make sure that that we're okay, and that's how we're supporting. Yeah, we take that's how we support each other on this side. Just continually process. We also we laugh a lot. I mean, that also helps us get through the day.
Right.
Yeah, those are some mechanisms we have in place. And the same thing, like, again, if it's just like, hey, I think I need to just take a day or two off, by all means,
mental health day.
Yeah.
Right.
And because we're 24/7, around the clock, we are operating, there's no weekends, there's no weekdays.
Right.
So yeah, that's it. There's pros and cons to
And I mean, I feel like we can kind of relate too, because we're in this position where no matter what's going on with Chris and Sabrina or Jason or Jose or anybody here, no matter what, come 6 o'clock, let's on this radio. We got a job to do. We got to inform the people.
Yes.
We got to give them the information, and it's been tough, especially being here from day one and just drowning in all this information. Most of it just really hard to just process. People getting sick, the government incompetence, just having to deal with all this stuff. It's hard. It's hard.
And then having to balance that with your family life, right? For me, I don't know when I'm ever going to see my parents again. They don't live here. I have to get on a flight just to go see them. And so that kind of weighs on me. I'm not trying to turn this into a session.
Yeah, no, we are actually. That's the real reason you're here. I'm like, I need 20 minutes.
Stressful. Dealing with this guy? Oh, my gosh.
Okay, Bree. No, and, we took 3 weeks off.
Would you like to come into our office?
Right. Is there a back door, though?
No,
but we took 3 weeks off, right, when we were doing containing COVID. We took 3 weeks off to kind of to unplug, really. And the first couple of weeks, it all just kind of hit me, and just taking these calls. And the worst for me was our people suffering. You remember going back to the first lockdown, just thousands of people lining up to get little meals for their families, people out of work, just the desperation that we were just constantly hearing. And I feel it. When people tell me they're struggling, I feel like I'm struggling. And so for that little bit of leave, I don't know about you, Bree, but like the first week, I just was like...
I was still working.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you were. And I think I got it bad. She's like working twice as hard as me. But you talk about hobbies, right? So something that worked for me, and I think works for a lot of people, is just going outside, going off. I like to go off where there's nobody and just sit there and look out at, we're so blessed, this paradise. Any time of the day, you can go somewhere and you can just see a most awesome spectacle that God has put on for, it beats any painting, beats any TV show. And so I think a lot of people are finding that solace in that, outside. Mm-hmm. And we talk about activities. What are some?
Right. You're right. The beauty of our island is you can go anywhere, anytime, and still feel that safety environment, right? It's not scary to go anywhere. So I just kind of wanted to tag on to the, when Bree asked the specific calls that we get and how do we respond to them. I just wanted to add on that first thing that comes to our mind when we get calls like that is the safety issue. So we kind of, keep the person on the phone, ask them, we do our really quick mini assessment. And then if need be, we, of course, if we feel it's an urgent thing, we require them as much as we can to come into the department as soon as possible.
500 to 700 calls a month. That is an alarming number. To hear that that many people in our community are in need of, talking to someone to help sort out what they're feeling.
Right.
How many staff members or people do you have answering the phone?
Right.
And how long are their shifts?
We have about, I want to say 30 to 40 people on rotation for the hotline. During, again, you must have heard it, but our director will always say Guam Behavioral is never shut down. As a public health emergency was announced on that Sunday, we went right into emergency services within 24 hours.
Right.
What we did was we closed all our outpatient services and we pulled all our counselors, social workers, and peer support staff and made them part of the rotation for overseeing the hotline and then doing the crisis intakes. And again, it's just for crisis services, right? So like Ms. Sylvia was saying, if we have a call that we decide or that we determine may need additional support and they're well enough to, come in, we were here on site as well to do a clinical intake, and then they can access services after that. We also do have a good relationship with GPD and GFD. So of course we can't go out, but we will give them a call and be like, we have a safety concern with someone in the community. Can you go, and check on them for us? We got a call from this area. And so that's what we've been doing.
Have you ever had, though, and we asked this to the GMH administrator yesterday about people, a nurse that they just couldn't handle it anymore, and so they retired. Have you had that sort of situation over at the Guam Behavioral and Health and Wellness Center where it's just too much for them to bear to handle during this pandemic, that they've just said, I just gotta, quit. I just gotta step away from it.
Luckily we haven't seen that. Thank goodness. And one of the things that I do like around here too is I kind of like just go through like the offices and check in with the nurses,
check in
and just hang out with them, see how they're doing, kind of break the monotony and just see if how they're feeling for the day. So that's how we support each other around.
Right. I'm pretty sure when everyone sees you, they're like,
So
"Oh,
far, we
Sylvia."
haven't heard any.
They're like, "Sylvia, wait, hold on, Sylvia. Hey, you got a minute?" 45 minutes later.
And I feel you. That's kind of like what we do around here. We're all family.
I was gonna say that. That's
Like I'll text Helen in the middle of the night. Hey, did you get this? Or what do we do with this? I want to meet you early in the morning. That kind of stuff. So
I wanted to ask ladies. You know how we're in PCOR 3? I think a lot of people, and I mean, I even allowed myself a little bit of hope. Thought that, wow, we beat this thing.
3 or 1.
PCOR 3.
When we were
in PCOR 3, and everything was kind of inching towards normal, right? I mean, I feel like, wow, this could be over. And then boom, like that, the surge, right? The increase, crazy spike in cases. Now we're right back here in PCOR 1. Emotionally, right? How did that affect people? Because I feel like that was, I mean, in some ways, a harder pill to swallow than the first lockdown, because you had this sense of like, wow, we're getting back to normal. Wow, kids are going to go to school. And then that was all just yanked from us.
Yes, exactly. We all looked at each other, I think, and said, "Uh-oh, here we go again." Everybody brace yourselves. This is going to be probably harder the second time around, right? Because now we kind of know what to expect.
No, for real, because when we went back into PCOR 1, I was like, I all those feelings came back
Yes.
from what happened
Yes.
during the first wave. And it was just this gut-wrenching, sick, depressing, stressful time. And you're right. I felt like, oh my gosh, we're going to go into this again. I'm not sure if I can handle this again. And then, of course, we got the news about the case that we had here, and we're still kind of dealing with that. So it really is just, what's the number? What's the number?
Yeah, what's the number?
647-8833.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Crisis hotline.
Or 311 option 7 on Monday through Friday, 8 to 5.
Right.
Again, that's, if we can get a hold of us.
Yes, and of course you can come in as a walk-in any time of the day or night.
Right. And we wanted to get you on because I feel like a lot of people on Guam, we all know each other, and we don't necessarily want to go to Pari and talk to Pari about, man, I'm depressed, I'm staring at the wall, I'm just going through all these things. Right? We're so close and interconnected, but you know how it is. We're mamala, right? So to call this hotline, guys, it's like free therapy. Call. They don't know who you are. You can tell them everything. Yes. You know what I mean? No judging. It's a judgment-free zone. So do it, because you'd be surprised. You might think you're okay. Once you start having someone to talk to and just spill that too, you'd be surprised. So, ladies.
So a lot of the counseling that we're doing right now is through telehealth as well. So, we're of course trying to protect the public and ourselves.
Right.
So you're not allowing, people to come in. So everything that we're doing now, our counseling is online and through telehealth, teleconference.
Okay.
Well, Sylvia.
Everything, of course, is confidential.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, of course. No caller ID.
All right, thank you so much, Helen
let's give
and
these
Sylvia.
ladies a big hand, especially to all the operators at the crisis hotline.
Thank you too for what you guys do. Keep us posted and everything.
Sylvia, I'm getting a lot of messages from your friends. They're saying good morning, and also Helen, your mom says hi.
Hey.
She said, "Go pay your water bill."
Sure.
All right.
All right, thank you guys.
Okay.
Thanks.
Bye.
Stay safe.
All right. Wash your hands. There you go. Yeah, it's some real stuff there. The number again, Bree?
It is 647-8833, 647-8833, or 647-8834. And they are open 24/7 to take your call. That is the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center Crisis Hotline. Big, huge thank you to Sylvia Kanata and
Helen Onodera. Daughter of Pauline Onodera. Okay, 7:43. We're going behind bars. You guys ready?
He's good.
You're going to go on jail next with Major Anton Uggan from the Department of Corrections. Take a short break and back with more of The Link right here on The Breeze. 93.9, good morning.
I was superintendent of education for many years, and he was president of the University of Guam for a decade.
Together, we worked hard to extend opportunities from the youngest of our children to senior researchers at the University of Guam.
We understood that public service and the economy begins with education and returns to it time and time again.
But we're also partners in life, bringing together 8 children of diverse backgrounds, 14 grandchildren, and 1 great-grandchild.
I was born in Iloilo in the Philippines, and he was born in Tamuning, bringing together another combination of experiences which enrich our lives and our island home.
When we say, Si Diyos Maasi,
and Maraming Salamat po,
it is because we have been saying it all of our lives, not just during a campaign. I'm Robert Underwood, and I approve this message.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
You live life on the go, and now so does your mortgage application with FHB Digital. It's easy and fast, with features that gather your documents or make it simple to upload them yourself. FHB Digital provides personalized mortgage options to suit your budget. And if you have questions, just ask a loan officer. FHB Digital. Bank at the speed of your life with First Hawaiian Bank.
Now everywhere that I go and every time I do a show, got a bunch of local girls
Out in the front row. You know, music is another thing, man. Music, you know that old, when I hit you with music, you feel no pain. Finding ways to pick you up there with the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center. Thank you so much, Sylvia and Helen. That's some good conversation. This is the link on the Breeze 93.9 DUB Island Girls. Classic stuff. The show proudly brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank. The drive-thru opening in 15 minutes. They close at 4. You can check out FHB.com, Calvo Enterprises, and IT&E. Let's go to the breakfast cam where I quit baking, you guys. If you follow the show closely, thank you, first of all. We all know I tried to bake a cake. Didn't turn out so well. But Sabrina, talk about a baker. Let's go. Let's see what we got here, Bree.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's banana muffins, but with some toffee mixed in there.
Wow. Banana muffins.
Yeah. With toffee.
With toffee.
Yeah. Did you want to try one?
I'll get one in a little. What's the recipe there?
It's just regular banana muffin recipe. You know, flour, baking powder, some
Flour.
brown sugar.
Yeah, right. Okay, that's a Betty
Some
Crocker.
toffee bits. It's not Betty Crocker.
Oh, it's not? Oh, okay.
It's not Betty Crocker.
Okay, I'm sorry.
She just like, oh, humble brag.
Yeah. You know, nothing major. Just a little flour, the bacon thing, and then you pick your egg. All right, so thanks for that. How's that look, guys? That looks awesome.
It's pretty good, actually.
I'm
I
at-
think it tastes better warm.
With coffee, right?
Yeah.
That sounds great. Jay, will it go up a little bit here in the comments? We had some cool suggestions for your COVID names. Covina, Covita, Quarantina Lunette, Convoy 19, Covey Lou. Oh, that's cute. Covey Lou.
That is cute.
We got Covaline, Covey, Coronacita.
What is it?
Coronacita? Coronancita? What's up, John?
I don't know how.
Covalina,
how you in the 8th grade, when
Coven,
you come around to 8th grade, but then-
Covidina, 19, Covid Junior, Covid James, Colin, Covalina, Covina. Well, there you go.
Joseph found one. Quarantina.
Quarantina, I like that one.
Corona Nina.
Corona Nina. Wow, we have a winner there. I mean, I got nothing. You guys win. 748. Thank you so much. It's the link on the Breeze 93.9 to the link Zoom room we go, where Major Anton Uggan from the Department of Corrections is standing by. Good morning, Major.
Good morning, Chris and Bree.
Good morning. You sound so excited to be
Right
on the show.
yeah. I think you need a banana toffee muffin. Did you get the number for the crisis hotline, Major?
Yes, I got it.
Okay, good. Just checking. So, Major, I know that you guys had tested some inmates. You want to just run us through that, and then what are we looking forward to at DOC?
Yes, last week, I believe Thursday, we tested 145 inmates and detainees up in the Manila facility. We got some of the results. We got the results yesterday that all of them that we tested, everyone that was tested was negative.
That's good.
We still have more to do. About 300 and some in Manila and another 120 or 130 in Agana. The director we're still committed to getting it done. However, we need to work with public health schedule.
Right.
Right
And they're
now,
kind of busy.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty much on an aggressive community outreach program right now. So
Right.
as soon as they're available, we will sit down and iron out the details and proceed with the rest of the population.
I know that when we had spoke last time, you were mentioning, or it could have even been public health or the physicians advisory group, about possibly training DOC staff and providing a rapid test machine or something like that over it for DOC. Is that still happening?
that is still part of our plan. That is still part of our plan to test our nurses so that they could test the
You mean train your nurse?
arrestees
Mm-hmm.
when they come in and test them and do it right up front.
Mm-hmm.
So that's still our plan.
Okay, but is there any idea when that will occur?
No, not at this moment. Again, we everything we just gotta work with public health and their schedule.
Mm-hmm. What about the inmates or detainees? Anybody exhibiting symptoms or anything like that, or have in the past week or so?
No. As of today, there's no one displaying any kind of signs or symptoms.
Okay, well that's really good to hear. So let's just go through some of the other things going on at DOC. One of the things that we, there was the oversight, pre-COVID, and one of the things that was was it the master plan? And I think
Okay,
it was
so,
up at the AG's office for review. At least that's what we were told.
Okay, so the master plan, we have a grant to help us develop a master plan for DOC. That process has moved forward. The contract actually is now with the governor's office and is awaiting the governor's signature.
Mm-hmm.
Once the governor signs it, then the vendor that was awarded the contract will be given the letter to proceed. And then we'll work again with his schedule because he would have to fly out here to start working on the project. So it is moving forward. And again, it's with the governor's office for legal review and signature.
So this is an off-island vendor?
Yes, we did an RFP process a while back, and we had one proposal, and we moved forward with the project. And so now we're just waiting for the governor's signature to solidify it so we can start actually working on it.
What was the name of the contractor?
It's energy. Man, I can't even recall. Energy to something. I forgot the name of the vendor.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a small company.
Okay.
Information to energy. There you go. Mm-hmm. Information to energy.
Where are they from?
Atlanta.
Okay, Atlanta, Georgia. All right. And
This is the same company that assisted us a while back. I mean, he's been on Guam before working with GPA and other companies. He's also assisted us in our locking device upgrade. He was the one that helped us with when we upgraded post 6, 7, and 17 locking device project a few years ago. He was one of the persons that helped us develop the specs and ensure that we were, getting the right locks for our facility.
Mm-hmm. And if you could just go over the scope of work for the contract. And how much?
I don't have the scope of work in front of me, but it's about 14 different phases of the project, including, of course, historical data, doing analysis on the data as far as our population. Looking at all the buildings, they're supposed to do a complete engineering structural review of all our existing buildings. Talk to the staff, work on best practices, review our camera system, locking systems, the layout of the land. They're supposed to do a review of the entire land. And it's about 14 different phases of work, and it'll probably take about 18 months to complete the whole project. But it's a pretty lengthy project. I mean, it's not, for the amount of money that the contract involves, I think we're getting a lot for it.
Mm-hmm. And this is basically a study, right, to determine how to modernize the Guam Department of Corrections facilities, right?
Yeah, yes, it is. Again, it's not, there'll be more phases after this, but it'll give us at least a baseline of where our current facility is and the condition of our current facility and what are some of the, best practices that we need to adopt in order to bring our prison up to standards.
And I remember because this whole thing, because the Department of Corrections was on the brink of losing this federal funding from the Department of the Interior if we didn't use this grant money, right, to produce this study and use this contract. So as far as you know, we're no longer in jeopardy of losing this money, right?
far as I know, we do get another extension. We have another extension, and it's not until 2021 that the grant is still good. So once we sign the contract and move forward, we shouldn't have a problem anymore.
Okay, good.
But our federal counterparts, we work well with them because they understand the challenges with this COVID. It's just not on just a Guam issue. It's all over the United States too. So
Yeah,
they're
but
very,
but this was a way before COVID,
yeah.
where this
oh,
was
yeah,
on the
yeah. This was back when San Augustine was our director, and I
Right.
believe Carla Bora
Mhm.
was our deputy director. This is a long time grant that we have been trying to get this process going to the point where now we can award a contract.
Right. Well, it's good to hear that we're finally seeing some movement on that. Let's talk about contraband. Have you guys seen any contraband? Caught anybody in the past week?
We've had a few contrabands. Again, we've continued to do our shakedowns. We've done some shakedowns, I believe, yesterday. We found a few contraband, Copenhagen, tobacco products. Last night, our special ops team did some random shakedowns at one of our housing units. They were able to catch another inmate with a cell phone and charger. And so that was confiscated.
What unit?
Post 5.
iPhone?
So no, I don't think it was an iPhone. It was one of the cheaper phones.
Mhm. Post 5. What unit is that one? Is that like maximum?
That's almost an extension of our Post 6. We have inmates, mostly inmates down there, and a few detainees.
So is that like a what? Minimum security, maximum security?
Oh no. These are not minimum. Level 1 detainees, and basically charged with aggravated assault, things like that, more violent crimes.
Violent offenders.
Okay.
Major, what was with the inmates, shifting to PCOR 1, the staff, what were people saying about that? Because, it was bound to happen.
For which one, sir?
PCOR 1, you guys okay with PCOR 1? Any anxiety, stress, inmates, staff, guards?
I mean, it's a little stressful for the inmates because we were hoping we can try to reinstitute some sort of visitation.
Right.
Really, that's their main issue, really.
Yeah.
And we were gonna open it up for doing some incoming again, at least a drop-off system. But because of PCOR 1, that now is all on standstill. Again, they're frustrated probably, but we continue to, they know what's going on. They know what's going on and what's at risk if the COVID-19 enters our facility.
Right, Major. But what we're seeing in this PCOR 1 is a lot of people learned from the first PCOR 1. And maybe in that time between the two PCOR 1s, they came up with their plans, And so now in this iteration of PCOR 1, we're seeing things that are open. We're seeing services that weren't available. So you guys didn't retool your incoming or anticipate that, hey, what happens if we go back to PCOR 1? Because this is you've been working on the incoming. It's been months.
We're gonna probably lift it eventually, but right now, sir, because we're still working on getting everybody tested. We're still at this phase. Maybe in a few weeks, the director will reevaluate, especially once we're able to test everybody.
Right.
Once we're able to get everybody tested, then we'll sit down and reevaluate it and see should we move forward with the incoming or not.
Right.
But the thing about incoming, sir, is not just inmates, but having family members run around out in the community to purchase items for their loved ones. That also becomes an issue, especially when we're kind of telling everybody to stay at home if you don't need to be out. And so it's also for the family. We don't want to put that extra stress on the family to have to go out there and look for items for their loved one in here, because their loved one in here is saying, you got to bring me this and you got to bring me that, and I need it now. And so family members do get stressed out with those kind of things too.
Yeah. Major, I can't let this go because you said that there was another cell phone that was found. Last time we spoke, there was a cell phone that was found, and there's no incoming. How is this getting into the Department of Corrections?
Yeah, honestly, I don't know. It could have been recently smuggled in. It could have been thrown in. We've had incidents of people throwing things over. We've caught a few. Maybe we've missed a few. It could have been happened that way.
Are you guys doing any sort of internal affairs investigation? I mean, can you turn on the cell phone and, get the phone number and maybe check it with the telecom company when it was activated, or,
The phone, ma'am, is eventually be turned over to GPD as evidence. The inmate himself will be arrested. At that point, we could attempt to make a request to GPD to look at the phone and see if they can extract any data useful.
Right.
We can't do that. We don't have that capabilities here. Again, back to the phone, it could have been an older phone that he has had on him for a while,
right,
and we just got it. Or again, it could have been smuggled in, thrown over one of our perimeters that we did not catch, and it made it in. There's other possibilities. I never ruled out the possibility that maybe a staff brought it in.
Right.
And hopefully that's not the case, but based on history of things that happened a few years back, you just never know until you know.
Right.
You just never know until you know.
Right, Major. It is what it is. Right on, Major. So with no visitation, is there like everyone's trying to use the phone, right? Have you guys had to reinstitute maybe new protocols? Because if they're not getting visited, I mean, the only way for them to reach out to their family is either through the cell phone that whoever smuggled in, or through the PayTel.
No, the phones are still operational,
Okay.
so they still get to use the phone. Phones are pretty much open from the morning all the way into the evening hours.
All right.
Are y'all
So they
cleaning
still
those
access-
phones?
Yeah, you sanitizing the phone and all that?
Well, they have sanitizing equipment in the materials in the housing unit, so.
What about, we just got off the phone with the crisis hotline folks. Do you guys provide those sort of services to inmates that might be feeling anxious or stressed?
I mean, yes, we do have behavioral staff on duty at the department. We have Dr. Tamanglod, and we have 3 of her staff members. Plus, we have, of course, GMH nurses that are assigned to our facility. And we have a procedure in place. If the inmate feels they need to talk to someone, they put in what they call a sick call slip. Each unit is equipped with a box. It's a secured box where they can drop in their request if they need to see someone or speak to someone.
Have you seen an increase? Have you seen
our
an
staff
increase?
is pretty busy with that.
Wow.
I was going to say, have you seen an increase in inmates requiring those services?
Well, I don't know if it's an increase per se, but I mean, we've always had inmates in here because just the fact that they're locked up is causing some issues with some of them. So our staff do keep pretty busy. And not only that, our officers are trained to notice these type of things.
All right, Major, anything else you wanted to get out? Because we've got Roy Respicio, the general manager at the Port Authority, in our Zoom room waiting. Anything else?
And it looks hot out there, Major. We want to get you back in the aircon.
No, I'm in my office. Oh, I'm sorry, my background. Yeah. I didn't notice that. Yes. We're good here. We're good here.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
You sure you're
Antone.
good? That was kind of like, we're good. They didn't ask about the thing. Okay. Text me, Major.
Yeah, you'll find out later anyway.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Major.
All right.
Somebody will call you.
Right on.
They always do.
Yeah. Thank you, Major. Hey, be safe over there and keep us posted, okay?
Yes, sir.
That's that. Okay.
bye.
8:03. Hey, to our viewers on KUAM and TV 11, good morning, Guam. And let's go over to our KUAM News Facebook Live. Okay, so we're going to sign off there on TV 11 again. Thank you guys so much for watching. It's 8:03. We take a really quick break and come back with the general manager of the Port Authority of Guam, where they have a COVID-19 case. And we'll tell you all about it and find out more next on The Link. It's The Breeze, 93.9 KUAM FM, Hagatnya. Good morning.
Coming up, Michelle Obama and Bernie Sanders kick off the first ever virtual Democratic convention tonight. Plus, the new normal, back to school during COVID-19. What parents need to know. Coming up on the CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell.
I was superintendent of education for many years, and he was president of the University of Guam for a decade.
Together, we worked hard to extend opportunities from the youngest of our children to senior researchers at the University of Guam.
We understood that public service and the economy begins with education and returns to it time and time again.
But we're also partners in life, bringing together 8 children of diverse backgrounds, 14 grandchildren, and 1 great-grandchild.
I was born in Iloilo in the Philippines, and he was born in Tamuning, bringing together another combination of experiences which enrich our lives and our island home.
When we say, Si Diyos Maasi,
and Maraming Salamat po,
it is because we have been saying it all of our lives, not just during a campaign. I'm Robert Underwood, and I approve this message.
We waited for far too long, so come get your blessings tonight, baby. Won't you come over, love, so I can show you love. I promise I've got enough to give you all that you need, baby. So many search to find love that's as good as mine. I don't wanna waste your time, so bring it.
That's one of the most covered songs you'll hear. Come on over, love. That's Amani and Mixed Plate 806. Good morning on you. It's Wednesday, the 19th day of August. Let's move quickly to the Port Authority of Guam, where we have the General Manager, Rory Respicio, standing by. Obviously, Rory, good morning. Well, first of all,
I was just waving hello.
Good morning, Chris and Bree.
Right, good morning.
Good morning.
I guess we'll just give the floor. Tell us the situation. So you have a COVID-19 positive case, and then I had heard something about 50 others who may have had some type of exposure. So go ahead, Roy.
Yeah, well, about 4:30 yesterday afternoon, I received confirmation that a port employee was COVID positive. This employee's last time they were on the port was Thursday afternoon. They started feeling a little sick. And then when this employee felt sick Friday morning, the employee didn't come to work, decided to take the test. And so 2 days ago, the employee took the test, and yesterday they were confirmed positive. So this is just an example of the employees here knowing what the protocol is for a critical infrastructure worker. For as long as they remain asymptomatic, for as long as they're not positive, and although they may have been potentially exposed, they still come to work because the operation must go on. So what we're doing in this case, the employee, because they're positive, they're staying home. I'm in constant communication with this employee. This employee is currently experiencing mild symptoms, but as we know, even from the governor's account, every day is a new day, right? And so this other incident with the 59 other port employees that were potentially exposed, this had to do with us issuing vouchers for them to go and get their PPEs. And so an employee of that particular private sector place tested positive for COVID-19. So we looked at all the employees that remitted their voucher during that time period. We're kind of helping public health, as public health has been helping us stand up the port clinic. We're doing our own contact tracing in coordination with public health. So through that vendor and through our own safety office and human resources office, we've identified 59 port employees that may have potentially been exposed. But none of them, I want to say, are symptomatic. We had a case of one employee who at the time was feeling a little ill, but they're no longer feeling ill, and I believe that that employee is back to work. But I want to thank Acting Director Arthur San Agustin for confirming that these 59 employees will get tested Thursday. And for those that were exposed to this recent COVID-19 positive, they would be tested on Friday.
How many?
So we're doing, go ahead.
I was going to say,
Sorry.
how many employees have you guys identified as close contact to the one positive unrelated to the 59?
So this employee, first of all, I asked if this employee was part of the 59, and I was told this employee was not. So then for this most recent exposure, I want to say probably no more than 20, because this employee is confined to a particular division But as soon as I was told 4:30 yesterday afternoon, I was already told that the area was disinfected. Again, we just don't stop our operations. We make sure that the employees are secure. They know the protocol, they know the drill. And we have this pandemic influenza plan that we're following that gives us the CDC guidelines that are all in conjunction with what Governor Liu's been telling us to follow early on.
Can you just clear up the 59? Are they at work or are they on leave?
They're still at work because they're not symptomatic.
Okay, and then the 20, they're
I
also
know-
still at work.
Correct. But they are. And because you can imagine if 60 employees had to secure, I need the employees to still move the cargo. We're not set up to telework. There's no employee that can move cargo from their houses. And this is why, we have a really strong communication with our employees, with our deputy general managers. Our board's very supportive. Communication is very important for our employees. We kind of have, every time the Joint Information Center puts out the public health guidelines on what to do if you're exposed, how you have to, quarantine, we have to tell them we're not following that because that's not what we follow for a critical infrastructure employee. And so that's why we have the public health clinic here. We had almost 22,000 visits since we opened up. We're just telling everybody to act as if though they've been positive, act as if though they're talking to people who have been positive, and just take all the necessary precautions.
Rory, so I know you had talked and said that the 58 are still on the
59.
job. 59 are still on the job because you can't operate the port without those 59 employees. But what if one of those is asymptomatic and infects other employees? What kind of protocols are in place should you have to sideline, 10, 15, however many COVID-19 positives, and how would it affect the port operations?
Yeah, so we've also run very many different scenarios since March. We even tried to scale down to 1/3 of the workforce. But if we're required to be 100% operational, we discussed this earlier, right? It's very difficult to have 1/3 the staff and to still be able to move the cargo. It's very difficult to have a entire division not come to work because of the population requirements here, because every division is important. But what we have been doing is taking these precautionary measures since February, telling the port employees they can't have any interaction with the vessel crew. There's the protocol that's in place that if a vessel crew member is sick, within 2 hours of them entering the port, they have to notify the Coast Guard. Coast Guard notifies the harbor master. Harbor master calls public health. And so those things have been in place. I mean, I just think about every day, maybe the better thing to do would be to just isolate people, even if they believe they're exposed. And that's really what should be done if they're not involved in a kind of operation that requires them to be there so that we don't disrupt the supply chain.
Right.
But we have hand washing stations. We have 9 throughout the port. We have hand sanitizer stations all over the place. We are looking at the social distancing. We have the guards. You call it the plexiglasses. We tell the employees don't socialize. Even when they go out for a smoke break, they're doing the 6 feet apart. I also want to say that I appreciate the port employees who have to wear the mask out in the hot yard. They're saying it's very difficult, it's convenient, but even at that, they're just really, really, really doing what they can to make sure that the port has this COVID-free environment.
Aside from the one that was identified yesterday, has anyone else tested positive at the Port Authority?
Very, very early on, we had a case of a COVID positive, and so the same protocol applied. So remember, once they're confirmed positive, they stay home, they secure. Once they're symptomatic, even if they have the flu, their nose is running or they have a slight itch in the throat, they just stay home. So we don't force the employees to we don't tell them come to work even if you're sick. That's the
Yeah.
difference. Once they're having some kind of sickness, even if it's the flu, whether they've been exposed to COVID or not, they're required to stay home. And so the check and balance here is every morning the division heads report to me which employees are out, and then which employees are out because of annual leave or sick leave, or they may have been in quarantine, because we did have some employees who went to the States, and on their way back, they have to go through that quarantine protocol, which we don't do anything about that. We have to observe those processes.
Right.
But can you imagine if I just tell people, if you believe you've been exposed, just stay home. And then one day I have 60 people not calling in for work.
Right.
So how's that employees back to work?
No, yeah. The first situation, that's way past that.
Right.
But again, there's no employee that's positive that's still coming to work. There's no employee that's sick that's still coming to work. But this employee that just recently tested positive, I'm in constant communication with this employee, checking on the employee, and the symptoms are mild. But we're going to be monitoring this every single day. And the 59 employees with potential exposure, we also reached out to our port clinic nurses to have them in constant contact. And they know every day to check in with the port clinic. And of the 22 port visits, we have yet to have any fever or any symptoms of COVID-19.
So they're going to go get tested, the 59 on Thursday, probably like on a specific schedule so as not to hamper the operations at the port, right? Okay.
Yeah, correct. So we're going to stagger them. And Dr. Kaneshiro, I spoke to her yesterday, again, thanks to Arthur San Agustin. And I want to also say that Janela Carrera and Crystal Paco with the Joint Information Center have been very helpful, so that we're going to coordinate our responses and to reassure the public that the port is taking every precautionary measures necessary to make sure that we're operational, but that we don't jeopardize the health and safety of our folks here.
All right, Rory.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks for zooming with
Stay
us.
safe.
Yeah, wash your hands.
Yeah.
Wash your
We
pap.
are, and all the time. Thank you.
Okay, Rory.
Stay safe.
You too. There you go. 817. The link on the Breeze 93.9. We are coming back with Guam Department of Education Superintendent John Fernandez next at 8:17. This is the link on the Breeze 93.9. Good morning.
In this time
I
of
was
change,
superintendent of education for many years, and he was president of the University of Guam for a decade.
Together, we worked hard to extend opportunities from the youngest of our children to senior researchers at the University of Guam.
We understood that public service and the economy begins with education and returns to it time and time again.
But we're also partners in life, bringing together 8 children of diverse backgrounds, 14 grandchildren, and 1 great-grandchild.
I was born in Iloilo in the Philippines, and he was born in Tamuning, bringing together another combination of experiences which enrich our lives and our island home.
When we say, Si Jules Maasi,
and maraming salamat po,
it is because we have been saying it all of our lives, not just during a campaign. I'm Robert Underwood, and I approve this message.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
You live life on the go, and now so does your mortgage application with FHB Digital. It's easy and fast, with features that gather your documents or make it simple to upload them yourself. FHB Digital provides personalized mortgage options to suit your budget. And if you have questions, just ask a loan officer. FHB Digital. Bank at the speed of your life with First Hawaiian Bank.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
Good morning on you. Local music here. Open your eyes. Merrill, former KUAM All-Star. Remember Merrill? I used to call him the Palauan Snoop Dogg.
Yeah, we
Right?
called him Merliwana.
Merliwana. I never heard that. That's good.
Yeah, we had like a whole nickname for a lot of the people. But
Yeah, most of them you can't say in 2020 though.
How
Like,
you
I don't-
doing, Merliwana, if you're out there?
Right on, Palau Snoop Dogg.
It's true, though. He did look like Snoop Dogg, especially
did,
when
right.
he would braid his hair.
Yes.
Oh, my gosh.
He reminds me, there's another guy who works down at the Valley of the Laddie, and they call him Chucky's Drake. He looks like, I'm going to find this guy, because we
Okay,
went on the
maybe he's
riverboat
on
cruise,
Facebook or something.
and he really, I mean, I swear to God, it's Drake. That's all. A weird curveball. You guys know, I know in the comments, put it in the comments if you know what I'm talking about. It's a funny guy. He's a great host of the Tour 823. Let's keep it going here and jump into the KUAM News Zoom room on the link, where Education Superintendent John Fernandez standing by. Good morning, John.
Day. Good morning, Chris and Sabrina. How you doing?
We're doing okay. I mean, glad to get you on, and I guess we'll just start at the beginning, John. What can you tell us about this? I want to say it's a rash of positives. So we have Southern High,
FB, Inarahan Elementary.
Right.
T-Gen High School.
T-Gen High. That's four.
Sanchez.
Right, four.
Right. And then there was it Carbolito, John?
Yeah, we had, of course, there's a couple earlier associated
Right.
with the graphic.
But just recently. Yeah.
Yeah, so since we began the school year, we've been, closely monitoring the situation at the schools. And so, I think as we said before, with the rise in positives over the last 2 weeks, I think everybody was, getting concerned. And that's why we're at this point where face-to-face classes are delayed. And that's great that they are, because it really, this increase happening at the same time your kids are at school, that's definitely something that would have been, a lot more concerning, a lot more, I'm sure, comments coming in from everybody just worried.
Yeah.
And, there's always going to be that extra level of anxiety, at this stage of COVID-19, just really, ravaging everything that's been going on in terms on this island. But for us, we've been paying attention to those numbers. We've been in close contact with public health just to kind of really understand what's going on. But for sure, as we started to see the increases in the community, we figured that it, at some point it's going to hit our schools, even if it's just a matter of trying to, get the current, wave. I don't know if they call it a surge. We're trying to get that under control with PCOR 1. I mean, 46, cases in a day, or in a reporting period. Obviously, it doesn't take too long before one of our 2,000, teachers or employees are going to be in that contact tracing, pathway. So
Right.
we were anticipating, we've been prepared to address it. But what's happening now is as we get employees reporting, or public health reporting, positive cases, we go right away to do the contact tracing, the cleaning at the schools, and ensure that we're just in close touch to determine, the scope and breadth of the situation. I know there are a lot of employees and stakeholders really, asking about, when do we, are we going to close schools? Or, how is that going to happen? And I just want the public to know that we are working through, I wouldn't say a framework, but we are working through a process to determine, how to approach that decision. I just shared with the Lieutenant Governor and the doctors team, what they're doing in California and the thresholds they're using to determine closure of schools, as well as closures of, of whole school districts, because I know that's a question that's out there. So we're looking at maybe putting out some interim guidance, soon, that'll just give our stakeholders, the information as to how we're thinking through those decisions. I think in California, they use a 5% threshold at the school level. If it ever gets to that level, the whole school closes down. And if you have several schools closed down, I believe it's 25% of your schools closed down, the entire district, closes down. So I floated that to the doctors group, because of course we're Guam, we might want to adapt that, to our community. So I'm not sure if that'll be the final, kind of threshold, but that's something we want to put in place soon, because, we're getting a lot of those questions as well.
Right, John, and I want to give you the floor and address the teachers and the staff who, I've heard from a bunch of, the last couple of days, the anxiety level of knowing that we're getting these positive at these schools because the staff is returning to work. So, a very real conversation, teacher to teacher. Why are we still showing up when the risk is so great?
Right. So, so first of all, let me clarify at least what I know. These cases that are in our schools are not coming from our schools. They are coming from community spread. So I think that's the issue. It's that, the whole rise in positives that have happened over the last 2 weeks, really have happened for a number of reasons of, and I think for most of us kind of getting a little bit more relaxed about, being with family and so forth. But, I think the PCOR 1 situation kind of, is putting us back to square one, having to really ensure that we practice safety, when we're around other people. But again, having said that, we are monitoring to determine any evidence or any clue that this is actually a spread from within any schools. But right now, it's coming from contact tracing or incidents that seem to be happening outside of school. And we are trying to be conservative with the contacts, making sure that they aren't reporting to school, that they have an opportunity to go get tested. But again, this is a fluid situation. I am, again, working to really establish this week, hopefully today, at least some interim parameters so that when we reach and hit a certain level, we just close down and move on from there, try to be as safe as possible. But right now, just to be clear, right now, teachers and staff are reporting back to work. And really, it's the first week of school, so we really wanted to make sure that, we do have, there is an exemption for distance learning. So we wanted to make sure that we kind of got ourselves organized. There is a principals meeting happening in about 30 minutes. We did leave it to the discretion of the principals as well as the division heads to be able to make decisions about telework.
Right.
So we are allowing that to occur. Right now, it's at the principal level, and the conversation today is really encouraging our principals to really take that seriously as a matter of safety and as a matter of making these adjustments to the situation. But
Right.
I think at least for the first couple of days, the issue was let's get situated with organized with our classes, distribution, and then we can move to figure out flexible schedules and so forth. So
Right.
that's something that we're still working through.
Are you saying that you're looking at remote teaching? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, well, we call it telework, but telework would include, being able to do your job as a teacher from
Remotely,
your home.
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So John, I mean,
so
just
it really depends on making sure that we can ensure that the job is being done, right? That the work is being accomplished, and where you do it, we need to think about being more flexible about that.
Well, distance learning, it's delayed for 2 weeks, but every time there's a positive case, it's usually, it starts, the 2-week clock starts all
face-to-face,
over.
right, yeah.
Right. So are you guys looking at extending the face-to-face prohibition even longer than the 2 weeks
and
already
if so,
in
when
place?
would we hear that?
So I'm not the expert, but I have, I did ask to meet with the doctors this week again, because you're absolutely right. Actually, when we put this 2-week delay in place, we instructed our administrators to plan for a longer period in the event that this goes longer. So don't just put plans in place to okay, let's just, push it off for 2 weeks and then we'll get started. Think about this as potentially going longer than that because of exactly what you said. If the numbers don't change by midweek, what's the likelihood we're going to be able to, if the numbers don't change by the end of by this weekend, how likely is it that we're going to, shift back to a more relaxed position? And so we are definitely considering, and I think it's likely that it might go longer than the 2 weeks. So we just need to touch base with our doctors and get a good read on what's going on.
I guess, John, I know that you're with the principals meeting trying to retool, but since we're not doing the face-to-face, and God, this is maybe an oversimplification of a question, but do teachers really need to be in the classroom if there aren't any students? Or was it like you said, let's just get everyone in, see where we're at, get this thing rolling?
Yeah, that's more the spirit of it. Let's just get everybody in so we can facilitate communication, coordination, and collaboration, to get the job done and make sure we're organized, especially having had to, change the face-to-face learning to some other version of home learning.
Right.
So a lot of schedules were changing and so forth. So the instruction is let's get organized and prepare ourselves to deliver instruction. But at the same time, once we get organized, I've told the administrators that they have the discretion to grant that, because I know they're getting requests,
Right.
And they have to juggle those requests and figure out how to make it work. But we're going to talk to them again today and say, look, let's figure out how to make it work. Let's be reasonable about it. And the real key is to make sure that the work's getting done. And if you can do that at home, then there shouldn't be much of, we shouldn't have an issue with that in this environment. It's the same thing with the central office. It's the same approach. Yes, the Monday and Tuesdays, there are a lot of people here at the office. But again, if we just take payroll, our payroll division, your job is to make sure you work through timesheets, you get people paid. If you do that at home, great. But if you don't get the work, if you don't get the work, then we're gonna have a challenge. So
Right.
It's just adapting that approach to the school level. And I want our teachers and staff to know that we haven't given a directive not to, to be able to work at home. But we are asking that the first week, get organized for, for the situation at hand. And then I'm asking the administrators to really give us the recommendations. And if they need more guidance, we'll provide more guidance. I think that's the other issue regarding being able to provide telework. So, so with that in mind, hopefully by the end of the week, there'll be more. I know principals are working at it already to really figure that out and to address the concerns of their employees.
I know we're only like 3 days into distance learning. How has it been going? Have you received any concerns from parents or teachers?
Well, at the end of the first day, I was gonna say it was such a quiet day, but then I realized our phone system had gone down for for 3 hours.
Oh yeah, I bet you were like, oh, everybody's good, right on, high five from 6 feet.
Right. But it wasn't the same. It wasn't the same kind of first day. So like I think I told you guys, no bus complaints, no parent dropped off complaints, no traffic complaints. But what we did get was a lot of questions about things like, okay, my password doesn't work for my email. Can we get the updated passwords? Can we get an update on the schedules? When is the hard copy distribution being done? So a lot of logistical questions about the first week. And what we did in order to support the schools is we set up that central office hotline, both the phone hotline, which again that went down, but we did have the email hotline, and I'm watching that work, and I think it's been really good to have extra support for the schools and an extra place for people to call or to email. And what we do have is staff here at the central office who are relaying requests for support to the schools, tracking those requests, and then following up within 24 hours, the next day to make sure that those issues are resolved. And that seems to be working, and I'd like to continue that, especially this year where you're going to need you probably can expect a lot of parent, requests for technical support and other things. But I have to say, and I just had a conversation with one of the deputies this morning. Based on what we know, for these first few days, we did get a lot of good feedback from parents that have contacted me and commented on other things. Good feedback regarding the online, classes at the high school level, as well as at the elementary level. We are taking a look at our middle schools. We know our middle schools, a lot of them did have some work to do over the week to shift a lot of face-to-face back to home learning. So I know there were some schools that had a delay in getting information now. So we're checking in on them, today. But for the most part, I'm very excited about the online learning. My daughter, of course, and my son are both, experiencing that at home. And my daughter really enjoyed that first day. And I've seen her, when there was no class, really take the opportunity to take the work, do the work at home, get into a routine in terms of doing assignments. And my observation is that this is just like going to college. You get your classes, and then in between time, you have to do your reading, you have to do your assignments, and so forth. So I really think there's a lot of promise to it, and we're only going to get better with online. With the hard copies, the real focus there is determining how we're going to maintain, very robust communication with the families and the parents at home in order to provide support. So that's a topic of discussion that we're going to have with our teachers and with our administrators, these first couple of weeks. And then I have to say my biggest concern, like I shared with you early on, was that there were a lot of students who hadn't engaged and hadn't connected to the school system over the summer. And these are families that we had a lot of trouble connecting with through their phone numbers and emails that we had on file. So all the schools are tracking the numbers and their efforts to reach out to those students that are on our list. And I have to say, I think we're tracking about 3,000 students out there that we're still trying to track down. So today we're going to be looking at how we deploy the social workers and our student attendance officers, and work with the mayors to start to narrow down that list of families and kids out there that just haven't been able to be reached. So they're the ones that when there's no face-to-face, they're the ones that we need to worry about. And so we're focused on ramping up the outreach to see where they're at. So that's something that we can follow up on.
Well, where are we with providing the educational needs for the students with special needs?
So all of that. Okay, so that's a big question. In the event that this situation gets prolonged, so under a 2-week delay, obviously the work that happens with the families to determine how we can provide services through one of the home learning models. for the 2-week period. But the concern right now is looking at the potential extension of this, PCOR 1 situation. If face-to-face learning gets delayed longer, we're going to have to sit down with the families and figure out, how to provide services in that environment. So the 2 weeks wasn't the big concern. We anticipate that that's how it's going to be throughout the year, potentially school by school. But the fact that we've delayed face-to-face island-wide for 2 weeks and potentially longer, we're going to have to get back to the drawing board and work with our families to figure out alternatives. So that is another major concern should the situation extend.
All right, John, we're going to wrap this up. Was there anything else that you wanted to get out before we move on to our next guest?
No, I just want to thank all the families out there for their patience this first week. They don't see what's really going on behind the scenes and the work the teachers are doing to really make these amazing shifts from in-class instruction to these different models of learning. And like I said, we can only get better from here. I'm really excited because by the time we get through this situation, our teachers are going to have developed a much wider set of skills, especially using technology and using other modes of outreach and engagement with the families. So that's the end game. Whether or not it's COVID-19 or not, that's going to be a product of all the work that's going in today. But right now, as we make that transition, I'm really glad. For the most part, our families have been really patient, have been reaching out, and the biggest thing that we can do is communicate with our families and make sure that they understand what to expect as we go further into the school year. So we're happy to continue to talk to you guys and get the message out there so that our parents can have a way to ask questions. Again, if we could just put it out there, any questions and concerns, please feel free to call us at our hotline number 300-1536 or by email at info@gdoe.net. And we're happy to follow up on any issues, concerns that you might have at this point.
All right. Thanks a lot,
Thanks, John.
John. Yeah. Stay safe.
Right, thank you.
Wash your hands.
Wash your hands.
Stay home after work. Okay, we'll see you. 8:42. Let's keep it going in the KUAM News Zoom room. Guys, just so you know, keep it here on the show. We got a breaking news announcement coming up in minutes.
Right, but we're going to go ahead and bring in Mark Scott from the Guam National Guard to bring us up to speed with what's happening with our men and women in the National Guard. Good morning, Mark.
Hey, good morning, Sabrina. Hi, Chris. Hi, Jason. How are you guys?
We're doing pretty good. Hope this morning's finding you well. Mark, we'll just get right into it. We know, and we've heard, from you and others, that several members of the National Guard, the Guam National Guard, have tested positive for COVID through the public health testing. So what can you tell us about that situation, and has it changed since we last spoke to you a few days ago, where you told us, I think there were three positives in the Guard?
Well, we have one positive in the Joint Task Force, and that's the important number, Chris and Sabrina, and I'll tell you why. The one positive on the Joint Task Force is the one who's, the Joint Task Force is public facing, right? That's the task force that's on orders, they're activated. The rest of the Guard population, it's important to know, they're on a civilian status if they're not on orders. If they're not a part of the JTF, they're just like the rest of you guys that have their civilian boss or have their own medical rights to privacy. So if these people that are not activated choose to go and get tested, they choose to go and get tested. And they have that HIPAA rights to privacy. So the numbers that we do report, Chris, is the one positive that we had in the JTF last week. That individual is isolated in quarantine. And that's the number that we are reporting. Everything else gets reported through public health, the rest of our force that's on civilian status.
Right. So I know what you're reporting, Mark, but we hear the ripples through the Guard community, which, we all know someone in the Guard, right? I know, God, plenty, TT, let's just put it that way. So what's the conversation like in that community, whether or not they're active duty? I know you have friends too. People are talking. What are they saying?
I do. And, rumors are always going to be rumors. And of course, it's good to be as informed as we can. But like I said, those soldiers and airmen who were not activated under the JTF, if they're civilians during August and September drill, they're civilians, right? They have their own private employers, they have their own private lives. But
do they have a duty to report this to the Guam National Guard if they test positive?
No,
They don't have to.
they don't. So they're
Okay.
not under, like I said, they're not under orders.
Mhm.
They're civilians.
So when
So,
you
yes.
when you mentioned 3 over the weekend, that was just you misspoke?
No. So we're aware of the 3. Yes, of course. If our guard community is testing positive, and they choose to make it known, it's their protected health information that they can choose to disclose, right? So we're tracking 3 total. If there's other folks out there that just decide to go and get tested today and choose not to disclose that protected health information that they have, then of course we're not going to know.
So if I'm not active duty, but I have a meeting with the adjutant general, I don't have to let her know anything that, hey, I tested positive previously, like a week ago or 2 weeks ago, or
No. So that's a little bit of a twist, Sabrina. So if anyone tests positive, we all know that these people go right into quarantine,
Mhm.
right?
After
And it doesn't
after
take-
they're done with their quarantine, you just don't have to report anything. That just doesn't seem right.
I'm not sure I understand your question.
That's the policy. So when you're a civilian, anything going on your civilian side, you're not obligated to report to your guard command.
Yeah, so that's correct. That's right.
Mm-hmm. And then when you're activated, say a month later, you don't have to disclose anything that you had previously tested positive.
So the key here, guys, is that our joint task force is the one who was public facing.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the ones that we really need to know interacting with the community.
Where did the guards members get tested? Do they get tested at Naval Hospital or their private clinic?
So, like I said, if the guard members are, we call it IDT. They're part-time weekend warriors. They come in for weekend drill. As a civilian, they have the right to choose where they get tested.
Okay.
Yeah.
What if they're active duty joint task force members? Do they get tested?
So, the Joint Task Force has conducted its own internal training or its own internal testing with our medics that have been trained, and yeah, we'll continue to be doing that as we go. We'll continue to get our own internal testing done. We can also, if we choose to, go get tested at the public sites, and we the same options that anyone else would have. So we need to go and get tested.
So the National Guard does its own internal testing? Is that what you're saying?
We have in the past. We've also gone outside to do testing at other testing sites as well.
When did you guys stop? Or are you guys still doing it?
There's always ongoing testing.
But is that on the Joint Information Center report?
Sure, all the tests all get rolled up and they get sent to public health for their statistics, for their tracking.
Okay, let me just pull this up real quick.
When I
So-
talk about doing our own testing, Sabrina, we can swab, but of course the results go back to, the the diagnostic laboratory services.
DLS,
and all
Mhm.
the other.
Okay, because it says like Guam National Guard Laboratory. So no new cases reported, 0. Samples tested on the 17th, 0. So you guys, I think it's always been 0 for quite a long time.
Yeah, you guys, is it? I
I
remember
think
we
we
talked
had a
about
conversation,
this.
yeah, that
you
you
don't
guys had
have
stopped-
testing or.
Had stopped testing. Because I was asking when the governor had mentioned during a press conference that the National Guard was going to be testing GPD, they were going to be testing GFD, and it turned out that the National Guard wasn't going to be doing the testing.
When was this from, Sabrina?
Well, when we
Can I ask?
interviewed you,
I think it was
boy.
the first interview with you.
Yeah.
So basically, you guys have a lab, but you're not doing any testing. And I believe you might have said it was because public health was just more of the testing authority.
Yeah,
Well, let's just make this easy. How come you guys aren't doing testing if you have a lab?
We are not testing the larger public because we're playing a support role to public health.
but you guys
So our
are
mission-
testing your own people.
Yes, we have
Interesting.
trained medics who were swabbing, not doing the complete test, but we're certified to swab, which is why we were assisting, for example, public health's efforts to test the prisoners at DOC,
Okay.
because
So-
we have medics who were trained to do the swabbing. Now, we talk about cradle to grave, the whole entire test, including the laboratory results. No.
Okay.
We don't do that standalone or independently.
So
But
you
we
don't do
provide
internal testing.
No, just the swabbing part, and then the results get sent off.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's what I was confused about. I thought you said you were doing internal testing, so it's like, well, there's no numbers that are on the JIC report that would indicate that you guys
Right,
are doing
yeah.
internal testing.
Yeah, that's probably the miscommunication there, is that we do the swabbing.
Right on.
But, right, the test gets sent off like all the other tests.
Right. Okay, Mark.
Yeah, Mark, let's just, I guess, last question. We wanted to bring you on, and I get it. You can't say too much, right? Because we've already had public health tell us that, it's guard and dependent. So I understand you're limited in what you can say. But let's just talk PCOR 1. Going PCOR 3 to PCOR 1. How's the posture, the operations with the guard change? What type of assistance are you guys now offering now that we've had this status change?
Sure. We're always looking to protect the force, Chris and Sabrina. That's General Agagi and Colonel Delphin's watchword is protect the force. So we're always leaning forward to mitigate risk and look how can we keep ourselves safe? How can we keep ourselves healthy so that we continue to serve as we've been charged to do, right? If we go down, we can't do our job. So we've done things like increased telework. We have a joint task force split up into 2 teams where one team will telework and one will be present. And that cuts the risk in half. If one of the teams has an infection, the other team can continue to work. And all these things, we've increased the safety measures here on our compound, our complex, where it's essential workers are coming in. We did leave the gas station and the AP shop open to authorized cardholders. But of course, we're enforcing the social distancing and the wearing of the mask and things like that. So we have our risk mitigation in place. It's very important to us. As I mentioned, our leadership cares about protecting the force because if we don't do that, then we can't do our job.
Right on, Mark.
All right. Thanks, Mark, for everything you guys are doing.
Yeah, thank you guys too. We appreciate it. And stay safe, take care. Wash your hands, wear your mask.
There you go. Stay home.
Stay safe.
I feel like it's a race.
Stay home. Okay, have a
Thank
good
you,
morning,
Mark.
you
You
guys.
too, man.
Good morning.
8:51. Okay. Let's go to the Zoom room and we're just trying to round up all the different people that have been hit with this rash of positives. We had Superintendent Fernandez, obviously Mark Scott couldn't say a whole lot, but now let's bring on Sergeant Paul Tapao of the Guam Police Department. Good morning, Sarge.
Hey, Paul. Can you hear us, Paul?
Yeah. Alpha Day, good morning,
morning.
Sabrina and Chris.
Good morning. Good
Jason.
morning, Sarge.
You guys staying safe?
Yeah, we're doing okay. How about you, with the news that 2 of Guam's finest have caught the COVID? What can you tell us about that?
Okay, so as we reported through the Joint Information Center, the Guam Police Department was made aware of 2 of our officers, our line officers, our uniform officers that have tested positive for COVID-19. Now, these officers are assigned to our specialized units. Now, within our specialized units, again, as we stated with the JIG, and of course with the release, they have minimal contact with the community. And that's, I don't want to say it's a good thing, but, tracking from when we made the announcement when one of our patrol officers at one of the respective precincts had tested positive, I think that was more of a greater concern because they service the greater community as a whole, as a precinct. So, nonetheless, moving forward with where we are, the respective sections within those divisions have made efforts to mitigating, any further spread of the virus. They've done they're working closely we are working closely with the Department of Public Health and Social Services with immediate contact and close exposures with these officers. So, again, the specialized units are separate and apart from our patrol division, our patrol officers who are within the 4 precincts. So, there's different mechanisms that come into play with exposure to the community or the greater community. But, again, those 2 officers are at home in isolation. And the last that I heard that they're doing okay. And that's a good thing. And we continue to pray, for their quick recovery and, of course, their safety and concerns for the family.
When you say specialized units, are we talking like
Executive security?
Yeah, CID, chief's office?
So specialized units can consist of our detectives, our SWAT officers, our Highway Patrol Division, our maritime officers, or our harbor patrol guys. So, because it's really a generalized unit. We're going to refrain from doing that to protect the interests of the, and of course, understanding the HIPAA issues and everything. So, just to keep the community aware of where we are now. We are working closely with the officers and the respective sections or the division. But again, this is separate and apart unit or section or division that's not within the patrol that deals with the greater community of this island.
Mm-hmm. You said that they don't really associate or are in contact with the greater community, but what about the people that they work with in this specialized unit? How many people are we looking at for possible contact?
So we are working closely with Department of Public Health and Social Services, and of course with the respective commands, their immediate supervisors. So we're still getting the numbers. I know we've started testing. Some officers had actually initiated the set of tests when they found out that they were may have been exposed or they were in immediate contact with the officers. So we don't have the full numbers. So again, nothing has other than the shifting of personnel to cover the void. Each respective precinct, each respective division, each respective section, it's still operating. We're still operational. We have officers that we can train, that have been trained, and should the event call for a right seat, left seat movement, our officers can easily shift and make that adaptation into those voids. So we still provide the services.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So the two officers, are they in the same specialized unit?
I don't know if they're in the same specialized unit, but we again we want to protect the interests of the officers. But again, we
that's not a HIPAA violation. They either they are or they're not.
I'm sorry.
It's not a HIPAA violation to say whether or not they're in the same specialized unit.
Yeah, I don't know which unit they're in. That's why. But again, I was just giving that to protect the HIPAA, and this is how we move forward.
But they didn't even tell you how many officers could be potentially exposed. I mean, we heard 59 at the Port Authority of employees there that were possibly exposed. You can't give me a number on how many police officers may have been exposed in these specialized units?
Again, because we're tracking because of the fact that there's various specialized units. There's the Highway Patrol Division. There's the detectives and everything. So understanding what we need to do and find out the closure, because the dynamics of each, and just to bring to light, in a specialized unit, like when I used to be at Highway Patrol and working closely with our juvenile investigators or with our SWAT officers, it's not as confined as the space that you would have versus a precinct. So you would have your office space and everything. So again, these officers, whether they're working a big case or they're working independently doing follow-up investigation or closing other cases, they work independently within their office space. So there's office spaces that are available to them. When we visit our DART office, you saw that each officer had an office space or a shared office space. So really understanding that they are not confined into one general area, they have a space within an office that we can isolate and we can direct that to. So understanding if an entire division has to be as identified, we don't know because of the fact of understanding where we are with the contact tracing. So this is where we need to take the steps with working with the officers and finding out who may have come in close contact and exposure. So from where we are now, we're still working and we're still making the assessment. And again, some of the officers have actually taken the COVID test to see where they are, and we again, as like what we did with the Dededo precinct, we'll provide the more information as it develops, because we only broke this news yesterday as it was available to us, and we've been transparent with the community of where we are and how many of and as we progress, we'll provide the information to the greater community.
Do you have any information on how they may have contracted coronavirus?
I don't. I'm sorry. I don't have that information.
Mm-hmm. Okay, because if I'm gonna call some people, and I hope it's not the people that contracted coronavirus from a person that they met with and were requesting repeatedly to get tested but weren't.
Yeah.
What about that, Sarge? Do you have officers in the department who have been asking to get tested? Because we had man, I forget who we asked about this, but we had heard that there was a high-level meeting at Adelup, which was attended by the chief and then several other officers.
No, not several.
Oh.
Maybe like two other.
Two other, right? And so, what was the deal again, Reed?
That they had met with the governor over the weekend. When I guess
A couple weekends ago.
right, and then that Monday we found out that she tested positive,
Right.
and so after that meeting, the chief was able to get tested immediately, but the other officers weren't, and they were expressing concerns about getting tested. And so it's kind of
So I don't know. I don't know where the officers again. And I'm going to use the framework of what we did with the Dead Order Precinct Command. And again, this again, it's fluid. Everything changes, but when we've established how to move forward, should a precinct, which is a big population of officers or GPD personnel, we move forward with identifying close contact. We've identified the numbers of officers, whether it's going to affect the shift. Should it affect the shift or any operations, we moved personnel from the various precincts. And we allocated those personnel into beat coverage within the Dead Order Precinct to cover the short or the void. Remember, we never closed the precinct at that time. So understanding where we needed to go with the numbers, we would need to find further as to how many of the officers were exposed. I can't give you the exact numbers, and I apologize for that, because they work in shifts. So we have, not to give too much or divulge too much information about operational procedures, because again, this is specialized units. So there's a shift work that's incorporated with the COVID operation or with the daily operation. So understanding the transition of the shifts, whether they've been exposed to an entire unit, or it's just a particular shift, or their individual office space. These are things in which we have to take account for, versus what we did with the Dead Order Precinct. We took into consideration the entire precinct, the entire personnel, and possible exposure as they transition because of the space that's available with the respective precinct and the work area. So these are variables in which we have to put in. And where we are with officers, should we need to move forward with officers getting tested, the Guam Police Department worked closely with the Department of Public Health and Social Service in affording the officers, again, with the Dead Order Precinct, who may have been exposed or may have been in close contact with the first GPD COVID case, in getting tested. And we were able to do that in a timely manner, where we were able to quarantine the officers for a duration of time until they got their test results. Again, we've allocated officers, so we shifted officers to cover that void. Same thing is applying here. Although this is a specialized unit which requires special training and everything, we do have field officers within patrol that we can actually pull from the ranks to cover that void once the officers or each individual officers that were exposed, to give the proper timeline so that they can come back from quarantine.
Right on, Sarge. Anything else in closing you want to add? Maybe message out to the public?
Yeah. Stay home.
Stay home.
Curfew.
Yes,
Right.
please.
Curfew. Are we doing curfew?
And the personal, real quick, the precincts remain open. When we moved into our PCOR operation, we want to assure the communities that the precincts are open. It's just minor adjustments in how we service them. Simply call the respective precinct, wait outside your car, and the officers will entertain you. As for our services sites, again, with records and ID section, the voting and registration, and of course, Army, the services, the community in these aspects, we're going to suspend operation until we move forward with the government moving back into a Core 2 or a Core 3 operational phase. But in a personal note, again, this is personal, COVID-19, because GPD is a tight-knit family oriented style way of operation. We're really close with the officers. Again, our prayers go out to each and every individual that's affected by COVID-19. Do your part. Dr. Lombard was on your show yesterday, and it's our responsibility. It's everybody's responsibility. It's our community responsibility just to do our part into safeguarding the community and, of course, the lives and safety of the greater community. But again, the Guam Police Department remains steadfast in how we provide safety and security, and we will still respond to emergency 911 call situations. And again, none other than our services site, which caters to records and ID section, precincts remain open. Our divisions, which that our specialized units are in operations. So these are the services in which we provide to the greater community. And, you know, of course, everything, God bless and stay safe, Guam.
Thank you, Sarge. Man, did you hear, are we on a curfew? Is there a curfew for PCOR 1?
We've still been in that curfew. We have a curfew operation that's been since the first initial PCOR in March. So, you know, Patei Famagonta has been our curfew task force. Our curfew task force they work the hours, and, you know, the community, I'm glad you brought that up and I thank you for that. Parents, we are in a pretty much a Island White shutdown. Please be mindful for where your kids are. And of course, you know, everything and anything that your kids do, you're held liable for their actions. So, let's consider what we need to do as stewards and parents of the community, and have an accountability of where our kids are.
Right on, Sarge. Our thoughts and prayers are with you, and, you know, of course, with the officers. And yeah, you take it easy, okay?
Thank you, my brother. You guys stay safe and God bless.
Of course, right on. Hey, we're going to take a break, but first I do have a piece of breaking news here out of the Guam legislature. The following statement is from Senator Will Castro. On Wednesday, August 12th at approximately 11 p.m., I received official notice informing all senators and employees of the Guam legislature that an employee of the Guam legislature tested positive for COVID-19. The Guam Congress building was consequently closed in order to protect all concerned. On Friday evening, I started to experience 2 symptoms of the virus, namely fever and body aches. I immediately self-isolated as a precaution. On Tuesday, yesterday, I tested at Public Health's Northern Regional Clinic in Dedido and was informed later that afternoon that I was found to be positive for the virus. As of the time of this release, I am no longer experiencing symptoms of the virus. I'm in good health, but remain in isolation at home. Now, in accordance with Executive Order 2020-27, relative to declaring PCOR 1 status, my office was temporarily closed effective starting Monday to Friday of this week, but we continue to take calls and work remotely. The public will be informed of any changes to the telework schedule as we progress. I'm complying with all contact tracing requirements to mitigate any risk of spreading the virus. I humbly encourage everyone to participate in the testing being provided at no out-of-pocket cost to local residents, to wash your hands, wear your mask, and practice social distancing. We must implement these necessary safety precautions to keep our loved ones and our community safe. May God's hand be upon those who are stricken with this debilitating virus, that they heal swiftly and fully. God be with our people as we deal with the effects of this pandemic upon our lives and livelihoods. End release. So, breaking news, Senator Will Castro of the Republican minority has come out of the COVID closet and has announced he has COVID-19. He had a Facebook post last night, Bree, and if you're on the Facebook, this was very telling. I'm trying to open it. Yeah, he posted on Facebook 19 hours ago, get tested. The best prevention is knowledge. He took his second test at this time. The first was around March, April. I had no symptoms, was doing so in advance of my daughter flying in. Basically said that he was pretty sick. So, and we do have Senator Will Castro coming on the Zoom in a few minutes. I think 9:30 we'll get him on, guys. So, Bree?
No, I'm just prayers to Senator Castro and his family and everybody that has come down with COVID. I know our Adriana Cotero, she has COVID, but she's doing okay. And everyone here, we got tested, all of our essential staff. And so, you know, this disease, this illness, it does not discriminate. So you have to take all of the safety measures seriously. We are back in PCOR 1, people.
Right.
Wear your mask. I think he's on.
No, I just got this message from the legislature, the PIO of the legislature. Only 2 senators are awaiting their test results. All others negative so far. So, yeah, I mean, Senator Will Castro, I mean, this is a tough hand, right? He's got a congressional race.
5 minutes, he's coming up.
Okay, so he'll be on in 5. It's 9:08. You know what? Let's go ahead and go to our Zoom room where we're doing our Decision 2020 interviews. And I think we'll just go ahead and knock out Agania Heights mayoral candidate, Jess Fujikawa, Democrat for the mayor of Agania Heights. Good morning, Jess.
Can you hear us, Jess?
Jess? Relay. Jess.
No, he's not able. His.
Okay, we're going to figure this out. It's 9:10. I got to take a short break, and we'll come back with more of the Link on the Breeze 93.9. Good morning, Guam.
Nobody likes. Whether it is tablets for children, special equipment for special children, or coral reef research, federal support is critical for our schools and our future. This week, we're trying to open schools. Parents are worried about their children's safety. Teachers are being asked to work minor miracles every day in teaching without looking directly into the eyes of our children. We must make sure that every child has a tablet, can get online, and get on with their education. We need a congressman who understands education and how the federal government can support every activity in the classroom, in the laboratory, and in the internet. Now more than ever, we need a congressman who will assist GDOE, UOG, and GCC without hesitation in solving problems with federal agencies. It's time that your child takes center stage, not only in school, but in Washington, D.C. I'm Robert Underwood, and I approve this message.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
You live life on the go, and now so does your mortgage application with FHB Digital. It's easy and fast, with features that gather your documents or make it simple to upload them yourself. FHB Digital provides personalized mortgage options to suit your budget. And if you have questions, just ask a loan officer. FHB Digital. Bank at the speed of your life with First Hawaiian Bank.
Three-time study. Good morning, Guam. And another one, as Senator Will Castro has announced that he has tested positive for COVID-19. It's just a lot to take. Every day we're seeing these. I mean, it's one thing, right? When you just see the numbers, 40, whatever, 20, whatever positive cases. But when you start to attach places and possibly people to these numbers, that's where it kind of starts to change. When you know what I mean, Bria? It's kind of like, oh, there's 16 positives. And you're like, oh, wow, 16. I mean, it's crazy, right? But then when you find out some were at Cross, some were at Southern High, some were at Teason High, Guam Police Department, Guam Legislature, Port Authority of Guam,
Payless.
Simon Sanchez, Payless, Three Squares. I mean, it's...
Yeah. And then when it hits close to home, boy.
KUAM.
Yeah, I mean, as you know, I practically fell to pieces Monday.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I did.
It's all right. I didn't mean to laugh at you, but yeah. I mean, it's tough. It's definitely tough. We talked with the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center, the crisis hotline again, 647
8833. 647-8833 or 8834. The crisis hotline, it is 24/7 operational.
Right.
And they have seen a significant increase in people calling, 500 to 700 a month.
Right. And before COVID, they would get maybe a call a day, 25, 30 calls. That's what they had said.
Helen had said. Yeah.
Right.
But they're there, and if you need somebody to talk to, please give them a call. 647-8833, 647-8834.
Right. And can we get those numbers again, Bree, from the Joint Information Center?
The Joint Information Center?
Yeah.
I don't have them. Let me pull it up.
Okay. Thank you. 9:15. The show is all proudly brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank, where they are open right now. Okay, the inside the building services started at 9. Drive-through's been open till 8. They go till 4. You want to find out things about them? You go to their website, fhb.com, or any of their social media accounts.
And so
okay, and now I think we're ready. Yeah, we're ready now. We have Senator Will Castro. We'll go into the KUAM News Zoom room just about 15 minutes away from his announcement that he has tested positive for COVID-19. Good morning, Senator.
Hey,
Hi, Senator.
Good morning, Chris and Sabina. Jason, good morning.
Good morning. So tell us, I guess, how this, you got tested, did you say Tuesday? Yesterday?
Yeah, Tuesday, I went to I lined up at 9 o'clock at the Dededo Public Health Center. And then maybe about 3:40, closer to 4, I got the call. And that's when I was informed that I was COVID positive.
And you were saying that you were feeling symptoms because this wasn't your first test.
Yeah, so I was informed, as was every other member of the legislature. I was informed on late Wednesday, about 11:50, something like that, in the evening, that we were exposed to a member of the legislature who tested positive. It wasn't until Friday night that I got a fever and body aches. And then Saturday, man, I'll tell you, that was something. I tried to get in on the first scheduled test that the legislature arranged for the body. That was Monday. But by the time I followed up, it was too late. So I went to the next available test, and thanks to the professional staff at the legislature, I was able to get my name on a list for the 9 o'clock testing, which because of the line, it didn't occur till like 11:30, I guess. But the point is I got tested. This is my second test.
Yeah.
I took a test as a precautionary measure back in April. My daughter was coming, and every member of the household also got tested. We were all negative, at the time, and showed no symptoms. Well, I was negative there. I took the serology test. Sorry to be accurate. And this time, the result came back with a nasal swab, both nostrils. My gosh, came back positive. But it was an experience. I can't say that I have symptoms now. Maybe you can hear a little scratchy throat, but I didn't have.
You look sick, though.
I didn't. Huh?
You look sick. I mean, I could tell you're.
Hey, thanks. Okay. Well, I don't have a fever, and I'm not experiencing any body aches. I haven't experienced any body aches since maybe Monday.
Right.
But I did not experience the other symptoms like diarrhea. I think there's another symptom, coughing. I certainly didn't.
Loss of taste and smell.
No, ironically, I had that. I mean, I was able to taste chicken noodle soup with no salt. The salty-less chicken noodle soup. That was the worst.
Yeah.
I mean, my God, you don't have to be sick to understand there's no salt in that. But I had my taste, and I certainly didn't have respiratory problems. That's for sure.
When we're trying to get you on the Zoom, you had texted that you were informing the family. So how did that go, and what did they say?
Yeah, well, so my family, what I meant, that text applied to all my family on the family chat. And so that's why when you said get on at 9, I really couldn't. I was getting all kinds of feedback.
Right,
Then I informed my church, my Knights of Columbus. I had no contact with them for a long, long time, but they deserve to know first, my brothers in Christ. And then I formed the senators themselves directly. And then you were the first official media outlet I had sent the official release to. And so it's pouring. I could tell you right now, I don't even want to look. If I looked at my phone, I could tell you it's just coming in left and right.
Yeah.
But you know, gosh, if this is an opportunity for anything, I encourage people, as conservative as I am, and I have my own perspective on COVID. Man, I will never downplay the importance of testing. I will never downplay the importance of protecting your manamko. Ever since the first PCOR one, I have required my children and anybody in my immediate household. My father doesn't live in my household, but he lives near my household. But we used to have dinners every night until it started to get serious here with the COVID, right? And so we don't kiss my father. My children don't touch my father because we know what that can do. And I'm gonna tell you firsthand that even if COVID-19, this novel coronavirus, is in fact just another form of a flu, that was hell. It was painful. I couldn't get through 2 nights without painkillers, Tylenol. I only stopped on the 3rd day because, you know, it was advised that I don't go a 3rd day with taking Tylenol. So guess what? So I know this is a pitch for Lemonchina. I went straight to the Lemonchina tree, man, and cut that up. And as hard as that was and as bitter, I boiled the pants out of it and I served that up twice, 2 servings, 2 days. And I recommend don't wait to be susceptible to that, to be exposed. Man, it's going to be part of my routine. Cut up Lemonchina, boil it down, put in some syrup if you can't stand the bitterness. Pick the ripe ones or get the ripe ones on the floor.
Right.
But other than that, I think that's what did it for me in terms of faster recovery.
Right. So no hydroxychloroquine, just Lemonchina. Was there any Vicks or warm 7-Up folded into this treatment, Senator?
I avoided carbonated drinks because I had a Coke on Friday afternoon, man, or a Pepsi rather. I had a soft drink, and I'll tell you what, I had body pains all up here, and I think it's because of gas, right? If you shift your body, gas travels up, so you burp or comes out the other way. But I avoided all any chance for gaseous buildup. I couldn't sleep, man. I was sleep deprived. That's what hurt the most. I had to take Tylenol PM, and that gave me 4 hours of sleep a night, unadulterated sleep.
Senator, do you think that you caught the COVID from the legislative staffer who tested positive? Was there enough interaction between you and that staffer?
You know, the short answer is yes, and that's the only logical explanation. You got to keep in mind that we were going into lockdown already Thursday morning. The island was already anticipating PCOR 1 on Friday, but it was announced that there's no. I didn't go to a restaurant. I certainly didn't go to a bar. I didn't go anywhere public, and I certainly wasn't in a confined space with other bodies for more than 10 minutes, other than the Guam legislature. So, if you had to make a logical conclusion, that would be it. Other than that, I don't know, and I'm concerned if there's other ways to contract the disease. If there's other ways to contract the disease beyond having exposure to a carrier. But let me also say that, you know, thank you everybody who gets tested, and thank you to everybody who discloses that you are positive. It is so important because there's no way that the public health officials can do their job to protect you, not just you, but your family, and then the family and your acquaintances and their family. I have a lot of people in my social circles that care for elderly, and I don't know how I would handle it if I was responsible for that.
Yeah.
So,
but you're saying that prior to Wednesday you weren't, I guess, campaigning or.
No, you know, as a matter of fact, again, it was ironic that week was one of our slowest weeks. We didn't put up any signs. I certainly didn't participate in any sign. I did a couple Zoom meetings. But no, if you had to go from the point of symptoms and then the prior notification, 48 hours at least, that was probably it. I don't know any other way to explain it. But again, I'm going to stress: get tested and do your part to inform your loved ones. And don't take a chance with the elderly or the sick in your family. Don't even take a chance. Just distance and they'll appreciate that until we get through this with a vaccine. The strong will survive. There's no doubt about it. It's going to be a painful experience, but that's not a reason to subject others to potential death or some kind of suffering that they don't deserve.
Now, so you're going to be teleworking? I mean, you seem a little sick still, but you're still going to be teleworking? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm not going to let my buddy Joe Sonogstein push me around, even in the budget work session, sick or not. I'm just kidding. Yeah, of course, we're going to have to work on the budget. This is a mean budget. I shared that there are 3 indices that I use. I'm no financial expert, but withholding tax, individual income tax, and the GRTs from March to July all showed warning signs of a forthcoming recession. And I'm going to submit my figures so that they can validate it. And that's why I'm going to attend and continue to raise these issues of concern. The record will show that I'm not against Lulian Guerrero because she's a Democrat or against his budget because it's a Democrat-led budget. I supported the last budget. But all things being what they are now, there's no way I can support without additional justification an increased budget over last year's budget. Makes no sense to me.
Yeah.
Makes no sense to me.
Yeah, but you might not be able to vote on it, right? Because you have to be in session.
Well, they're looking into that. I had a video conference with the leadership of the legislature. They're certainly going to bring this up with legal counsel. I was informed that if I'm asymptomatic, between 5 to 7 days from being asymptomatic, that I can take another test to validate that I'm no longer a carrier. If that's in fact true, then there's ample time to be prepared to go back into the legislature. Even if I had to be in the adjacent room or another room that they can sanitize, I get there and desanitize again or sanitize again. But I asked the speaker, I implored her, I said, ma'am, if there's one important job that senators, in my opinion, have to carry out, it's the passage of the budget. I mean, oversight and all those other things are important. But this is the one fundamental thing to this democracy, at least passing the budget.
Right on.
Senator, we've got to continue on with our Decision 2020 interviews. Chris wanted to ask.
Yeah, last question. Your thoughts on the primary election?
I hope people take advantage of the early voting. I hope people still come out to vote, just exercise social distancing. There's still a lot of excitement out there based on what I saw before the last week and a half. People are anticipating going to the polls to support their relative or loved ones at the mayoral level, especially. So I certainly hope you exercise the greatest degree of caution. I know that we even canceled our Friday wave, by the way, but I know that candidates are exercising a good judgment by not going door to door. We canceled our canvassing twice. So
yeah, and I want to ask you, what is it like? I mean, you've been aiming for Washington, D.C. I mean, everyone's been talking about it. Finally get your shot. Here comes COVID. I'm pretty sure you had a good plan for your campaign, but that's all out the window. So how difficult is it to campaign during COVID?
Yeah, well, I never anticipated being locked up in my room. That's for sure. The whole pandemic paradigm has changed our strategy a lot, and I'd love to share that. I shared it before, but this is just, you're going to see what we're going to do in the coming days that will require no physical contact. But other than that, good luck to the contenders on the Democrat ticket. I look forward to a face-to-face exchange of ideas and showing how we contrast both in leadership style and in our agenda going forward between myself and the Democrat victor. God bless Guam and be safe for your family. Please get tested.
Man, no, I want to ask, so if you had do you have a different game plan for like Delegate St. Nicholas and, former Delegate Underwood, or is it the same?
Oh no, it's definitely not the same because they have different records and they have different priorities even at this point in time. So our team has been preparing opposition research for at least a month on both candidates. But if you notice my style, I'm not the kind of guy who's going to take that out and use it to bash them ahead of time. We'll draw the contrast when it's appropriate, and we'll let the people decide based on the merit of my arguments. But at no point in time will I attack the character of the individual. So people know that about me already.
Darn.
I'll just wait for him to come out and we'll see how it turns out.
Right
Good luck
on.
to Mr. Underwood and Mr. St. Nicholas. God be with your families and may you do your best to protect those who are vulnerable.
Well, we're going to let you rest up, Senator. I know Chris is trying to get you on something.
I'm
not
juicy
even
on this
sure.
delegate race, man.
Yeah,
I can wait 2 hours. I know.
He's good
I
to the
know.
general. All right?
I know.
I'd be happy to take another call another time. You have my word.
Yeah, of
Just
course,
message me like you
Senator.
do.
Right,
You're very
yeah.
pushy though, by the
Yeah.
way, but I appreciate you.
You know.
Man, you're calling me at 9. I didn't even brush my hair. I was so embarrassed. Okay.
It is what it is. All right,
Take care.
Senator. Yeah, be safe.
Bye, Sabrina.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, Jason.
Okay.
Thank you.
Joss.
Thank you.
9:29. We are going to go to our
we're
KUA.
ready?
Yeah, we're ready. Are you ready? Right on. Let's go to our KUAM News Zoom room. Gigo mayoral candidates. I told you
Oh,
guys
that's the
about
big
this.
race.
I confirmed it. Let's get on the Zoom. We don't get you all on today. We'll. I mean, this is a hot race. I want to get all the candidates on. I want to give them all a fair shot. Jess, we're gonna start it in a. Okay, we just lost him again. So we'll just
Let's
stay.
just go to the Gigo
We'll go to
race.
Gigo.
Maybe we'll get Jess tomorrow.
Right. So a
All right.
Democrat candidate for
figure that
Gigo mayor. As you guys know, incumbent Mayor Rudy Matanani is not running again. And so let's bring on to the show Lillian Guerrero, candidate for Gigo mayor, Democrat. Good morning, Lillian.
Good morning, Chris and Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good day. How are you guys doing? I saw you guys doing the swabbing, and it looks like it hurts.
No.
Yeah.
It doesn't hurt. Just uncomfortable.
It stings a little bit. My grandma T-licked
Anyway.
ear harder than that.
Okay. I did get that swab at Naval Hospital, but it didn't hurt the way it looked on TV. They barely pushed it in. I'm not sure if that was adequate enough, but
Right.
yeah, it didn't hurt at all.
Right.
Well, you let me know if you want to go again, and we'll take you over to AMC and then make sure they got that good in there.
Anyways,
So Lily, let's just go into because this is a big race in
is.
Gigo.
Huge.
Four people on the Democrat side of the ballot. So what makes you stand out from the rest of the field of candidates?
Well, what makes me stand out right now is Team Guerrero has managed to get together, and husband and wife team. My husband is on a write-in, Command Sergeant Major, Special Forces Green Beret, 30 years service. Frank Titano Guerrero is on a write-in with me as Team Guerrero, and that's what makes us stand out. But prior to that, I feel that I stand out amongst the other five, and I wish them all the best. There must be something in the air because we're all bidding for the mayor's position. But what makes me stand out is that retiring after Department of Labor after 25 years, also the trainer facilitator for the military and the armed services, and also with my background and experience in grantsmanship, I would like to use that to augment some of the resources that we don't have in the government. With the plaguing issues that we have here in Gigo, I believe that the government is the economic problem that we have now is that I can use my skills to utilize, some of the plaguing issues that we have here in Gigo in regards to environmental stray dog issues. And as you can see, I have this, which is part of my platform. And also, I've done all facets of my career. I've been trained with ex-offenders with Longmont, Colorado. I've also went to St. Louis, Missouri for grantsmanship writing. I've been exposed to other areas of community, and that's what makes me stand out. I've done all facets in my career. My biggest accolade in my career was bringing home to Guam the 76 million disaster unemployment assistance program when Typhoon Pangsangwa and Chetan hit Guam. 6,000 people were adversely affected. Immediately, we did a rapid response with my team, and a lot of people got their disaster unemployment immediately. Maybe some were not satisfied because of the constraint that the federal is looking at us, how we spent the money here in Guam. But believe me, the record alone with myself and my team, we managed to pull out a good record with Region 9. So, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask, so this is pretty interesting. Your husband is running as a write-in for vice mayor. If you get elected as mayor of Jigo and your husband doesn't, what type of working relationship would you have with the vice mayor who is elected to serve with you?
Chris, I'm. You can ask anybody that knows me. I'm a team player. I'm a hard charger. I'm a team player. Father. I'm also a seasoned lecturer at Our Lady of Lourdes. And there's one thing that Father's always saying to ensure that we get along with each other is everybody has their own rainbows. Everybody has their own colors. So you have to work with those different types of colors. And there is, as a trainer, there is a thing regarding my parachute, working with the team to get to know each other. And I've met some of the vice mayor. We've hugged, we've shaked hands, and we've talked about what our platforms are, and that whoever prevails, we will work together regardless of the predecessors in the past. We will work as a team.
Lillian, you mentioned the environment. One big thing over in Jigo is the illegal dumping. And I got a feel for, the bigger villages, considering the fact that every mayor's office gets the same budget, no matter big or small. And so one thing that Mayor Rudy Mazzanoni has been plagued with is the illegal dumping along, I think it's Chalon Ramirez. So once they go out there to clean it the following day, there's more trash. So what can you do to address illegal dumping, and what will you do if elected?
Well, I was, part of that cleanup at the Ramirez Street, and it is bad. Once you clean it, it's back again to its state where it's atrocious. But I've decided to put up this program called Basta Ba Masula, Stop Trashing Our Island. Because we're in the northern part and our aquifer is very important to me, my children and grandchildren, I would like to leave a legacy for my grandchildren and not have to worry about our water lands being contaminated. So my Basta Ba Masula program initiative, I brought it to the governor's attention. I brought it to 3 senators. I've given them my iCare program platform, which is on my CD and also thumb drive. And the Basta Ba Masula program consists of education in the schools, as well as having a community council and community calendar to have these outsourcing of bins through different areas and open it every Tuesday, Thursday, or Saturday, or whatever case may be regarding when is the most peak hours of these trash. And then man it, make sure there's a manning situation when there's trash being thrown. And no steel, no wood, just disposable, green waste. And also, just like we do with our trash at home. So my Basta Ba Masula has more to that. It's a grant that I'm going to submit. I'm with the St. Louis, Missouri Philanthropists, and I'm going to try to push hard for the environmental, health, and welfare of Guam with a 20,000 population here in Jigo. And I believe it's more than 20,000 just going into the roadways, into Anao, into Gilbreeze, and all these other areas that have houses that seem to be just way out there, that don't have any running facility or any amenities, which is at this time, day and age, is a shame that our government does not provide running water and amenities to these people that live in these rural areas.
Right. And speaking of rural areas, there's the flooding problem in Jigo, and I think it's back past Gazzanero Road on the other side of Route 15. You know what area I'm talking about? I mean, every time there's a storm, it just floods.
I did see that. My godbrother was in the newspaper when he was sitting on top of his house where there was a flooding. I saw that. I believe that we really need to work hard with our government, work hand in hand to augment, to mitigate these things that are happening in the village. I myself, when I live in Takano, so when it rains, it pours, so the water seems to catch down because people build their houses. And sometimes when people build, infrastructure, they don't take into consideration how to mitigate these flooding situation.
Right.
So I really want to push, with our senators to revisit some of these areas, these flooding areas.
Yeah.
Because
You
it's a
have 1
long-standing-
minute, Lillian, just to wrap this up, and I'll give you that 1 minute to just give your final pitch.
Residents of Jigo, use your best judgment. Who do you want to have as your mayor for the next 4 years? With our qualification and leadership, our leaders empower people. Lillian Opena Guerrero and Frank Titano Guerrero write in for vice mayor. We can make a difference. Yes, we can. Change is coming and change is here. Your voice matter. Vote sensible. And to those that are running, I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Lillian. Good luck.
Right on.
So that was Lillian Opena Guerrero. She is one of 4 candidates running for the mayor of Jigo on the Democrat side of the ballot.
Right, and while we're on the subject of Democrats, we're going to throw to this special Zoom interview that Nestor Lecanto did
Right, with
yesterday.
Sarah Thomas Nedadog,
Right on, yeah. So
the Democratic Party chairperson.
Right, it's the Democratic National Convention.
It is underway this week and today.
Through Zoom, right? It's like a stream.
Partial Zoom, partial
Right.
live. But we're covering, well, we're not covering it, but the NBC and CBS, you can watch the live coverage on KUAM TV 8 and KUAM TV 11 at 12 noon. But this was the interview that Nestor did with Sarah Thomas Nedadog.
Right. Thank you. It's 9:40. Again, the show, it's The Link on The Breeze, 93.9. Good morning on you, and it's proudly brought to you by Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and First Hawaiian Bank at FHB.com.
Okay. Hey, Sarah.
Half a day. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
Not bad, considering all that's going on our island and in our world, but pretty upbeat at this moment.
Okay. So I asked to speak to you because you were, as Democratic Party chair here for Guam, you were attending, quote unquote, the convention today. Tell us a little bit about your reaction to this virtual convention.
Well, Nestor, the Democratic National Convention this year is obviously something very new and different in terms of its format. And the fact that, of course, we're not in Milwaukee where we had all hoped to be. And I think the fact that the Democrats went virtual to keep all of our people safe is a good thing, It's just like all the things that we're doing here on Guam to keep our people safe. We got to make this small sacrifice, for the greater good for all of us. So although we're disappointed we're not in Milwaukee, we're extremely happy that the Democratic Party is still carrying on. And we had an excellent kickoff today. It just ended a few minutes ago. So we had an exciting list of awesome speakers, and I think it was very exhilarating and just very inspiring to hear some of these awesome people talk about the state of affairs in the United States and how we're moving forward. So it was very exhilarating. I guess that's the best word I can use for the 2 hours with the Democratic National Convention.
Yeah, for you personally, what was the best speech? Who inspired you the most?
Gosh, I gotta say, I was really moved by Bernie Sanders. I'm just so happy to hear how he's all in, and he gets it. He sees the importance of him and his supporters coming together for this election and how important it is. I've always had a lot of respect for him, and I just listening to him today was so inspiring, as well as Michelle Obama. I mean, Michelle Obama is just somebody was joking today and said that Barack is Michelle Obama's husband. It's like she's so awesome, and she just moves people so well these days that it's like Barack is now, second fiddle to her. But, of course, Barack is always going to be, the absolutely best president for us, especially in recent times, right? In our lifetime, he's one of the most awesome. But Michelle is just the best first lady, and she's just a great promoter of the United States, and especially in these days when we're dealing with racism, we're dealing with the pandemic, we're dealing with so much division and hardship. I think it's important to have leadership like that coming forward and encouraging us and inspiring us that things will get better, and we all have a stake in it, and we all have something to contribute to making it better. So I enjoyed those Bernie Sanders and Michelle Obama, and of course the constant hearing, the playback of John Lewis's voice. Do you hear that? And all the, oh my gosh, every time I hear his voice, I just love hearing him say those things that we're not going to go backward, brothers and sisters, we're going to move forward. He goes, you don't want to go backwards. And that's absolutely true. That's just like where we're at here on Guam. We always want to move forward. We don't want to go backwards. It's like, let's take note of what we didn't do so well, and let's don't make that a reason for us not to be positive and move forward. So let's get together and, build Guam back, and we can do this. And so, again, listening to all the speakers just made me feel much more hopeful today. Today's truly a good day.
So, of course, Joe Biden is the presumptive nominee. Will the Guam delegates receive will he receive the Guam delegates' full backing?
Absolutely. And we will be making a formal announcement on Friday. We should be on national TV when they do the virtual roll call count. So people of Guam, giving you heads up, watch on Friday, because Guam will be there making our votes on Guam known.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. We will be watching. We're covering here.
Yes.
On KUAM.
Watch every day, because every day there's just wonderful speakers, people from, I think, in the nation that we all love and admire from the years back, and seeing how they're all coming together and coming out is really awesome. So please watch TV, everyone, and watch the Democratic National Convention.
All right.
Did you see the
thanks.
Guam kid, by the way? Did you catch that?
No, I missed that
Esther?
part. I was going back and forth between that and the legislature, because they're doing their budget, so I had to cover that.
Yes.
So
I'll send you
what
a
was it?
pic.
Okay.
We don't know who he is. We're trying to find out who he is, but I think that's just an awesome example of how Guam gets included, and that's always been.
How did he appear in that? What was the?
We don't know. We don't know, but we're just happy he did. We don't know the details. We're trying to find out. When we do, we'll let you know.
Okay, great. Yeah, because we'd love to do that story on that.
Yes, wouldn't that be interesting to find out how this guy got in? So we're talking to our Democratic National Convention folks, as well as anybody else that we think might know who he is and how he got selected. So we're very happy that Guam was in, and I also saw Northern Mariana Islands. So yeah, Viva.
All right. Thanks.
Thank
Sarah.
you, Nestor.
Stay safe.
of the Democratic National Convention on KUAM TV 8 and KUAM TV 11 at 12 noon today. Sarah, I know she said that that the Guam delegation would be participating in the roll call Friday. That she did call us this morning to clarify that they will actually be on today. So you have to watch it. It's any time between 11 to 1 o'clock. So again, Guam will be participating in the roll call today.
All right, let's go back to our KUM News Zoom room where we continue our Decision 2020 interviews with Jigo Mayor candidate, Democrat Peter Pascual. Good morning, Peter.
Hi, Peter.
Good morning. How are you guys doing today?
We're doing pretty good. Very glad to talk to you. And this looks like the hot race. Maybe we'll start there. Why do you think so many people are running for Jigo Mayor?
Frankly, I have no idea. That caught me by awesome too, because this is the only year that so many people are the community of Jigo. So basically, I don't really know what their agenda is, but I'm pretty sure that we are all in the same boat here to better our community. That serves as for community safety and so on and so forth.
Stray dogs, illegal dumping. What do you plan to do to address those issues in Guam's northernmost village?
What we plan to do is we do have a strong plan, and that is to follow up with the GovGuam agencies or whichever agency that we approach to better understand the why such things have been on hold, such as Simon Sanchez High School. Or that we do have a contractor, they did have the funds, but to this date, why has it been stopped? Also with the flooding areas, we need to better understand the environmental side of the house on that one. Because you know, we do have rains, heavy rains and stuff. We do get erosion from the mountainside, which floods the East Cajun area. So those we gotta work closely together with our GovGuam agency to better seek solutions rather than focus on the problem.
All right, so Simon Sanchez High School, the flooding on East Gazzanero Road, definitely long-standing issues for the village. But I want to know a little bit about you. Who is Peter Pascual? We heard a lot about Lillian Guerrero. Tell us about your background.
Yes, but Pascual, this will be my third time to step up to the plate for the mayorship of Jigo. My first run was back in 1996 when Mayor Jerry was in office. Second time was 2016 when Mantanani was in office. So this will be my time to step up to the plate to hopefully gain the confidence of our residents here in Jigo to give us that opportunity to make do what we can in our ability to make Jigo a better community. I also am a retired Guam Air National Guard. I have served 27 years. Yes, I have been deployed downrange several times. At certain times, we be back to back. And I do want to give credit to my wife who held the fort for me. I was deployed serving our country and our island. I've also served in various nonprofit civic organizations here on Guam, not only as a member, but also basically I am one that will seek solutions and think outside the box to make it happen. As one of my mottos are is, no such thing as no can, but how can. There's always a way.
Peter, you mentioned that you had run, this is your third time running?
Yes, sir.
What are you doing differently this time in trying to pull out that W that you weren't able to get the last two times you ran for Jigo Mayor?
This time around, I do have a vice mayor, which we are running in tandem. We were a team. So that makes it even more stronger team for and vice mayor. Prior to stepping up to the plate, I have sat with Studia Forest in regards to this. What are we going to be doing and how we're going to go about it? So prior to that, several months, we've gone into planning. So this gives us a better opportunity, being that we do have a strong plan for the community of Jigo.
I think that's pretty interesting that you have a vice mayor running in tandem with you. And I'll ask you the same thing I asked Lillian. I mean, wait, so what are you going to do if your vice doesn't make it? Pull her, or you're gonna work together with whoever it is?
Yes. Basically, with our strong plan, I will not set that aside because that is already set. Whoever comes up as our vice mayor, then we will have to sit down and discuss all these issues. And hopefully, that we will see eye to eye and work together as a team.
Could you share some of your plans to address the illegal dumping? I know it's been an extremely frustrating situation for the current mayor, who's cleaned up the area, and then just the following day it's trashed all over again. And he's also taken some heat from constituents who have felt that he hasn't been doing anything to address the problem. Right. So what are you going to do to address the problem, if elected?
Problem has been addressed. But basically, we need to spread environmental awareness, not only to the families within that area community, because when we went with EPA on site during, they found that some of those trash were from outside. But basically, as we all know, the illegal sites here are also known outside the business. We will curb that issue, illegal dumping. We need to spread the environmental awareness by participating with Recycling Center program, in which Jay and I discussed with EPA, and we will be making Jigo the pilot village for.
I'm sorry, did you say people are coming from other villages to dump in Jigo?
Mm-hmm. Right. It's something that the Mayor Mazzanani has said, that people are coming there and then they're dumping.
So it's not just the Jigo people.
Yeah, we're having some audio problems there.
Yeah.
You were talking. There you go.
Right
you were talking about the pilot program with Guam EPA.
Yes, with the trash that was collected, and they did find names and address labels on there. And apparently some of those were not from the local community, Jigo. So those were also from outside. So basically, these people know where these areas are, and they come in at certain wee hours of the night or early morning and just toss it up the roof and then leave.
Okay, Mr. Pasquale, we have about a minute here left for your closing.
Okay, so in closing, I would like that the most useful asset of a person is not a head full of knowledge, but a heart full of love, with ears open to listen and hands willing to help. So, ladies and gentlemen, residents of Jigo, please make an intelligent decision for selection. And vote with your conscience, not with your feelings or your sentiments. And also, on the last note, I encourage everyone to be safe, ask when you go out, maintain your 6-foot distancing, and stay indoors, stay out of the areas where it's locked down. And please do practice safely.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Pasquale. Good luck, okay?
Thank you, sir.
All right. Nesta.
Take care.
9:58, a Jigo mayoral candidate, Peter Pasquale, on KUAM News' Decision 2020. We're going to have the other GIGO candidates on. I think we're going to jam them all tomorrow, guys. I know this is a hot race, partly because GIGO is such a populous village.
Right. 4 candidates on the Democrat side of the ballot, and then on the Republican side, 2 candidates running for mayor. So definitely a big primary election. Rudy Mazzanani has decided not to run for re-election.
Right.
And also, if you're just joining us, we did have that breaking story about Senator Will Castro testing positive for COVID-19. He was on our show. You can watch that interview when we post it a little bit later on Facebook, but he and YouTube. He is doing okay, and he still plans to work on the budget.
Right. And also this morning we had Superintendent John Fernandez on to really talk about this rash of positive cases at the schools. And I think one of the key takeaways was we had asked the superintendent, hey, what about these teachers and these staff who are seeing these positives and, feeling that anxiety about having to go to work? And he had told us that at that hour, which was around 8:30, principals were meeting island-wide, and they were going to try and, give that option to any teachers or staff who wanted to work from home because, they're in the classroom by themselves, and the internet, honestly, the internet's probably better at home.
Right. And not only that, because they are seeing these positive cases at schools, there may be a possible delay in face-to-face learning.
Right.
So all these talks are happening probably as we speak, and I guess we'll just keep you posted once we hear more information.
We will. And guys, just, brace yourselves. You heard a couple of the doctors we have had on this 2-week lockdown. I mean, nobody thinks 2 weeks is long enough. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, guys, but that's just the reality. We have the superintendent saying face-to-face learning. It's not going to come back in 2 weeks. It's just not. So steel your mind. Brace yourselves. Remember, you just never know what you're going to get with this pandemic. Every day is a new day. Let's get it. It's 10 o'clock.
Day by day. Take it day by day.
Whose turn is it to pray?
It's Sabrina's turn to pray.
No, it's not my turn.
So she bakes. Whoever bakes prays.
I'll pray. I'll pray. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Dear Lord, first of all, we just ask you to bless the people of Guam, as we know people out there are struggling so much. They're struggling, financially. Spiritually, mentally, they're just struggling to try and make sense of this senseless time. So, please, Lord, just place your hand upon people's minds and hearts, and, just a little at a time, give them what they need to make it through this day. And we know that tomorrow's not guaranteed, but we just pray that you'll give it to us anyway. And we promise we're going to do our best to live our lives the way you and your son would. We also ask that you bless all of our frontliners, Lord, who are out here, trying to keep this island safe during this pandemic. We know that doctors, nurses, they're catching the COVID, Lord, and we just ask that you place your protection over them. And again, just give them what they need to get out here and to fight this war. We also ask that you pray for our elected leaders, Lord, as they continue to make tough decisions that they don't want to make.
Whether it is
These decisions that hurt people, that affect people's lives. Just continue to guide them, Lord, and give them the light and the enlightenment to make good decisions to keep our people safe. We know that, the island of Guam, it holds a special place in your heart through Santa Maria Comelin and your protection and guidance. And we know that we've dodged some big-time bullets in the past, and we wouldn't have been able to do that without your help. So we just ask that you continue to protect this island, Lord. And also just for the children who are just struggling. They want to go to school. They want to see their friends. They don't know what's wrong with, mommy and daddy, and Nino and Nina, and their little minds are just fighting to process something so big. And so just, again, Lord, bless those little children. And also, you bless the church, and, let it be known that it is essential to ask for your guidance and to pray to you. And I just want to offer you guys a little silent time to add your own prayer in here. All right, in Jesus' name we pray. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Viva Santa Maria Carmelin!
Viva!
Right on. So glad to pray with you guys. It's 10:03. This has been The Link on the Breeze.
You taught CCD when you were younger, didn't you?
No, I didn't. I pray every night. I'm kind of used to it. Sabrina, good job today.
Good job, Chris.
All right. Joe Sir, Jason Salas, Ken Janier, our KUAM news team who's going to go out there virtually and get you all the stuff you need to know. Remember, we got your 6.
That's right, 6 a.m. with this show and 6 p.m. with Primetime. I think, Jason, you're up for tonight.
Yes.
Because I'm tired.
Okay.
I'm tired.
Up is the operative word.
Yeah.
Basically, it's my turn to anchor.
Yeah,
Will
it
I
is.
be up? I guess
Yeah,
I have to, but-
I wasn't even supposed to be returning to anchoring, but wow.
All right.
It is what it is.
It is. You
Well,
guys.
we do what we have to do. Because
That's
we have a
right.
community to
That's right.
represent.
Thank you guys so much for all your support. This has been The Link on the Breeze 93.9. My name is Chris. Hasta. Adios.
Bye.